Racetrack.com. Post time. Deep stretch now. Shut the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
It is Race Day. It's Gold Cup and Saucer Day, presented by Atlantic Lottery. Kurt, we got a 12-dash program on tap this afternoon with a great-looking feature in race number 12 today. It is the PEI Harness Racing Industry Association Invitational. Take us through the field.
Yeah, with the rail, Fernhill General and Brody McPhee, they usually have pretty good gate speed, so I'm looking for him to be forwardly placed in this mile tonight. I like him for second on my ticket. He's sure good, and Mark Webby Lee from post 2. I like me better, and McGuigan, they have post 3, my top play. Bayfield Beach coming in off a win at Woodbine Mohawk Park. He had post 7 in his trial, never really got into the race, and so I'm looking for a bounce-back effort from Bayfield Beach out of the Vic Putty stable. Jason, the Blue Knight Hughes, gets the call, so I'm putting him on top. Rollham has post 5 for Mark Campbell. I do like him for part of my super high 5. Island Beach Boy, another one of the talented horses out of the Tom Weatherby stable, has post 6 for Adam Murner. And Southwind, Sam Buca, and David Dowling, another one out of the Vic Putty stable. They're out in the outside at post 7. But it's an excellent field. Rocky, I'm going 4-1-3 in there.
I'm going 165. I like Brody McPhee on the rail with Fernhill General. He can leave good, and he shows that mile in 152-4, second last start there. So that's what I'm going. It's we'll see, though, when the 12th race comes. We got some changes, program and equipment changes. So let's go upstairs to the man who's going to call all the action this afternoon and tonight, Mr. Vance Cameron. Vance?
Thank you, Rocky, and good afternoon, or maybe good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Redshores Racetrack and Casino at the Charlottetown Driving Park for today's racing program, event number 34 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, 25 degrees Celsius, the temperature at this time in Charlottetown. It's a perfect day for the standardbreds. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Today, the senior judge, Mr. Derek Quinn. The associate judges are Mr. Robbie Shaw and Mr. Gary Devine. Now, here are the afternoon program and equipment changes. First change, go to race number 3. In the third race, number 2, Pineapple Express, going from blind to blinkers. Turning over to race number 4, the 3-entry All-Star Katrina, going from blinkers to blind bridle. And she will add a Z-guide, an ear hood, and a 4-ring overcheck. Now turning to race number 5, featuring the Super High 5, a division of the O'Brien. Number 2, Love Matters Most, adding a choke plate. Next change, go to race number 7. In the 7th race today, number 3, Watch Her Go, adding a bar bit and a choke plate. Final change in the program, you'll go to race number 9. In the 9th race, number 4, Pretty Blue Angel. The driver today, Austin Sorey. Austin Sorey driving 4, Pretty Blue Angel in the 9th. Number 6, Lori Merchandise, removing the Murphy blind and adding blinkers. That will wrap up the changes at this time on today's 12-race presentation. Par mutual wickets, they're open and they're selling. And we're leaving you 24 minutes to make your first race decisions. High noon, post time.
Race Day Live continues from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abogwed, Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem.
And just another note to those of you who may have purchased grandstand seat tickets, they will be available for pickup this evening at 5 o'clock. The doors open to the grandstand here tonight at 5 o'clock if you purchase tickets to the grandstand side. don't forget to get in on that aisle pick 5 on your screen right now. Low 15% takeout. Guaranteed pool, $2,000. It starts in race 1 through 5, and it is presented by the Prince Edward Island Harness Racing Industry Association.
Now, back to Race Day Live.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here on Gold Cup and Saucer Day. It is Saturday. The big race goes tonight, Kurt. We got a big invitational this afternoon, but we also have some 3-year-old colts going in the Joe O'Brien Memorial Grassroots this afternoon. The gold will go tonight, and we're going to look at the 8th race, Kurt. Tell us your picks.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice field, race 8, Joe O'Brien Memorial 3-year-old colts Grassroots. I'm really looking forward to this one. I think I Did It My Way. He's going to bounce back with a big effort this week. He had a really tough trip last time out in Atlantic Sire Stake B Division. He was basically parked the entire mile. He was committed himself early at the 8th pole. I think he was maybe planning on heading to the front, but the person on the front had different ideas. So he was out for a long way. He still hung on to 5th. Race timed in 57-1, and he was really good to start prior to that. Getting a new lifetime best in 56-3. I like him on top. I do like Wizard. I'm going to put Wizard in there for 3rd. I know you like that one, Rocky, but I like the 6 How Mac exclusive and Corey McPherson for 2nd. So I'm going 4-6-3 in that field.
And I'm going with Wizard, and it just popped a thought into my head. Do you remember I was at the desk here, I don't know if it was last year or the year before, and I picked this horse's half-brother.
That's right.
With your brother in the seat, Whistler.
Yeah.
And he won
Yeah, big trip. That was in a gold division.
Yes, and I said, I
Yeah.
can't believe you didn't pick your brother.
Yeah, that's right. 54 and change, I think he won
Yes.
that night.
Yeah.
Big
Anyway,
trip.
I'm going with Wizard to win this one. A big mile his last effort. 5 by 7 1/4 to the head of the stretch. Finished 3 by 2.5 lengths, and he paced a mile in 1:56.1. Come home in 28.3. So I like Wizard on top for second. The 6 Halmac exclusive, and I did it my way in there for third. So I'm going 3-6-4. Going to be a great afternoon of harness racing here this afternoon. If you can't join us live, make sure you tune in to Redshores.ca, our Red Shores YouTube channel, or at hpibet.com. And if you have a look at your in-house monitors, there is a look at our selections for the afternoon's opener, first of 12. I'm going 8-4-1. Kurt, you're going with the 1 in here.
Yeah, I'm going 1-4-5. Post time picks. That's Peter McPhee's going 1-2-3. Classifier's choice 1-4-7 in this afternoon's opening dash. We're about 9 minutes away from post time. The horses will be making their way out of the paddock momentarily. Post parade will be coming up in just a few moments. Okay, and here's a look at our I'll Pick 5 tickets. The I'll Pick 5 kicks off in race number 1 this afternoon. Low 15% takeout, guaranteed pool of $2,000. Here's a look at my selections in my I'll Pick 5. I'm going with the one Wicked Man, 2-year-old colt by McWicked. He had a big win, bounce back effort off that break 2 back. He had a win there in 57-4, so I like him in that first leg. And then in the leg number 2, I'm going to go with the 5, All Better, and David Dowling out there at post 5, coming off a nice third and 58-3. And then in race 3, we're all on the 7. I'm going to go with Brookdale Ollie on the dropping class. Gets Paul Spook McKenzie in the bike. So I think Brookdale Ollie will be sent down the road in that third race. And then over in race number 4, I'm going to go with WL Rosie's Rocket. This trotter raced good for Jason Hughes last time out. A good 4th at 2:01 and won a nice rally after he spotted the field 10 lengths at the quarter. And then I'm going to close it out in the 5th with Freeman's Legacy. This guy is bouncing back. He was really good back in June with a couple trips in 55 and change. I thought that first over bid last time out was a real strong effort in 57-3. He closed it out in 28 and change. So I like Jacob Sweet and Freeman's Legacy in the 5th. Rocky, over to you and your choices.
Yes, I'm going to go with the 8 in the first leg in the Aflac Family Memorial. That's Roll On Lewis. Shows a nice mile of 156-3 down there, 2 lines up from the bottom. In the second leg, I'm going with the 5, All Better, same as you, Kurt. In the third leg, the Chris McPherson Memorial. We're all going with the 7, Brookdale Ollie. In the fourth leg, it's the Tom and Margaret Claiborne Memorial. I'm going with the 5, How Max Swanky. Mike McGuigan's having a great week. In the 5th and final leg, I'm going with the 4, Here's to Art with Kenny Murphy. Big win in his last one right down the road, 155-3. And the horses and drivers are making their way to the track right now.
First race is the Aflac Family Memorial. 1 Wicked Man. Wears number 1, owned by James Perot of Stratford. Kenny Arsenault trains and drives. 2 is DJ Mustang, owned by Brady Doyle of Stratford. Dan Belleville of Halifax, Nova Scotia, trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell driving. Evil Lou 3 is owned by Mark McDonald, Alex McDonald, William McDonald, and Josh McDonald. Mike McGuigan trains and drives. Tobin's Barn Party number 4, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge. Trained by Ashley Gamester. The driver is Jason Hughes. Roustabout Hanover is the 5, owned by Carol Campbell of Bedeck, Nova Scotia. Trained by Kenny Collins. Mark McDonnell drives. Bad Boy Boogie is the 6. He's owned, trained, and driven by Dana Sweet of Bloomfield Station. Illicit Affair is number 7, owned by Mike Arnold of Olds, Alberta. Amy Lackey from Montague, trained by Mike Dowling and driven by David Dowling. Roll On Lewis wears number 8, Corey McPherson, training and driving for owner Carl Bagnall of Stratford. 4 minutes wagering time on race number 1. Welcome to Charlottetown and the Race Day broadcast. Today we feature the Joe O'Brien Memorial for 3-year-old Pacing Colts and Geldings and the PEI Harness Racing Industry Association Invitational. Rocky Skierman and Kurt Hughes are coming up next.
So here we go, the afternoon's opener on Gold Cup in Saucer Day. The first one, first half of the Daily Double, Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta Triactor. It is the start of the Isle Pick 5, 20-cent Pick 5. The Aflac Family Memorial Curtain, you're leaning on the 1 in here. 1 Wicket Man, 2-year-old Brown Colt by McWicket for James Perot of Stratford. Kenny Arsenault, the trainer and the driver. Nice win in his latest.
He sure did. He bounced back after making a couple breaks, 2 starts back. He made a break just after the start, and then he made another break past three, or just before, after three-quarter pole. He made another break in that race, ended up 59-4, but he really, veteran driver and trainer Kenny Arsenault made a few adjustments, and they seemed to work, but because he was really good last time out. Closed it out 28-2 with the rail again this week. I think they are definitely the ones to beat in this race. I think they're going to get a similar trip to what they did last time out. Just take their time off the wings and then try and make a really late rally like they did in the last race. One Wicked Man right now at even money on the board.
And there's a look at the 4, Tobin's Barn Party. Kurt, we both have him in here for second. He could get the job done, too. He's a 3-year-old bay gelding by Shanghai Phil for Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge. Donald puts a lot into this industry. Ashley Gamester, the trainer, and it's your brother Jason in the seat.
Yeah, he's probably, he's in the shadow of his stablemate in the barn, the other 3-year-old that Ashley and Jason raced at Tobin's Chester, but he raced really good last time out, Tobin's Barn Party, a good 5th in a B division, 58. Closing quarter, 28, so he's making good strides. He's going in the right direction. He had a nice win there in Summerside in a B division off a pocket trip in 59, and his last 2 starts have been really good strong last quarters, and so I'm going to put him in the place spot. Tobin's Barn Party, long odds, 12-1.
And there's a look at the 5, Roustabout Hanover, 3-year-old bay gelding by Betting Line for Carol Campbell of Bedeck, Nova Scotia. Kenny Collins is the trainer. Mark McDonnell comes in from Ontario, and he is in the bike.
Yep, Roustabout Hanover coming off a win there in Inverness in the bottom class, 59-4, 28-3. The Inverness Invaders have been racing great Gold Cup week, and so their track probably a little slower than ours, I would say, and so I'm looking for this guy to drop a few ticks off that 59-4 last time. I think that's good as a trip in 57 and change over this track, and if he puts a mile like that together today, he'll be right there at the wire. So I'm going to put him in the show spot. I like 145 in here, and he is 7-2.
Let's have a quick look at the odds board for the upcoming opener. One Wicket Man, Kenny Arsenault on the rail. Your current choice at 4-5. The 2, DJ Mustang with Mark Campbell at 10-1. Evil Lou from post 3. Mike McGuigan in the bike, and they're 5-1. The 4, Tobin's Barn Party. Jason Hughes aboard at 13-1. Roustabout Hanover leaves 5 with Mark McDonnell. They are 3-1. Bad Boy Boogie is the 6 for Dana Sweet at 8-1. Illicit Affair leaves 7 with David Dowling at 9-1. And the 8, which is my top choice in here, Roll On Lewis with Corey McPherson. Good odds, 9-1. That is your field for the afternoon's opener. It is the Aflac Family Memorial. Good luck with your selections. And as the horse and drivers get ready to go to the gate, I got a shout out this afternoon to Jimmy Carragher, watching all of the action from Red Shores. That's from the boys at the barn, Kenny Arsenault and the boys. And from all of us here at Red Shores, we all hope that you are well soon. And a happy birthday yesterday from everyone here at Red Shores to Jimmy Carragher.
Minor delay here in the start. 3 Evil Lou's back to the paddock for an equipment adjustment. Starter is going to regroup, charging a recall to the 5, Roustabout Hanover.
Countdown clock is in for the afternoon's opener. It is the Aflac Family Memorial Field of 8. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Starter Jeff McDonald has got them rounded up for round 2 here to get it opened up. Here in the Cup and Saucer doubleheader day. One Wicked Man, DJ Mustang, Evil Lou, Tobin's Barn Party, Roustabout Hanover, Bad Boy Boogie, Illicit Affair, Roland Lewis is closest to you. Here they come. DJ Mustang got fancy stepping early. There they go. Off end pacing, and Tobin's Barn Party is the first one out. That is Roustabout Hanover to his outside second. Evil Lou third. Up the inside is One Wicked Man. Way wide on the turn to Illicit Affair as they arrive at the opening 8. It'll be Tobin's Barn Party. And the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, to lead it. Roustabout Hanover. He got away second, dropping in third. Illicit Affair fourth. One Wicked Man, Evil Lou goes fifth. Then in sixth is Bad Boy Boogie. Roland Lewis is seventh. Trailing the field, DJ Mustang strung out off a 28 and 1 opener. On the point, Tobin's Barn Party, a serious leader by 2. Second is Roustabout Hanover, out of the turn and racing from third. Towards half mile, Illicit Affair. Then fourth is One Wicked Man. Evil Lou on the outside fifth. Up the rail is Bad Boy Boogie sixth. With Roland Lewis seventh. And the trailer on the outside, DJ Mustang, 57 seconds flat was the half. On the turn and going to 5/8. They're all chasing Tobin's Barn Party with 3/8 to go. Roustabout Hanover second. Illicit Affair third. Fourth on the outside, One Wicked Man underway. Then in fifth, it's Evil Lou. Sixth. On the inside is Bad Boy Boogie. DJ Mustang picks up seventh. Now the trailer, Roland Lewis, 3/4 completed in 1:26 and 2. It's Tobin's Barn Party, but here's One Wicked Man now up to challenge that leader late as they turn for home. On the rail, Tobin's Barn Party to his outside. One Wicked Man as they are in deep stretch now, and here's One Wicked Man. The McWicked Colt for Kenny Arsenault opens up. Second, that is Tobin's Barn Party. Illicit Affair third in 1:56.2.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media, the Aflac Family Memorial in the first race, Kurt. One Wicked Man, your top selection in here. Was he ever picking them up and putting them down on the backstretch?
Yeah, pretty similar trip like we thought. Just like his trip last time out. Kenny just taking his time off the wings with this guy. He doesn't have a lot of gate speed, so he just has to get him off the gate, make sure he stays sure-footed and get around that first turn. And then after that, he just waited until the pace slowed. Big half, 57 put up by Tobin's Barn Party and Hughes. They were revved up early, and they cut it to 3/4, 1:26 and 2. But that's when the Blue Knight looked over his right shoulder and seen Arsenault and One Wicked Man coming, and they were coming strong on the outside. And around the last turn, One Wicked Man's going to go right on past Tobin's Barn Party. What a trip, 1:56 and 2 as he lowers his personal best by more than a second. Big trip from One Wicked Man as he goes back-to-back in the Aflac Family Memorial.
And he's getting close to 3,500 wins, Kurt. I was talking to Kenny down in his barn the other day, and he is getting closer to that 3,500. Wow.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible. Kenny Arsenault.
Absolutely.
Yeah, 3,500 wins, a lot of them stake victories and stuff like that. So he's won a lot of big races over the years. He's just a talented guy, and he's been the kind of king here prior to Mark Campbell taking over. It's been Kenny Arsenault here for many years, especially through the 90s.
Especially, still my favorite.
Yeah,
great
really
seeing him come back to the winner's circle.
Absolutely.
There. Had a great conversation with him in his barn on Monday. So, and congratulations to Kenny and the owner, James Perot, winning this race.
He's one of the all-time winningest drivers at the driving park in Charlottetown, can still get it done. That's Kenny Arsenault bringing back one Wicked Man to the first race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Colt 2 by McWicked off the Captain Treacherous Dam, Alexander Valley, owned by James Perot of Stratford, bred by Redland Farms of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia. Kenny Arsenault training and driving, guiding him to a new race win record today of 156-2. One Wicked Man down in the winner's circle, the Affleck Family Memorial, joining us on this day with the cooler presentation.
This race replay is brought to you by All Star Cresting, specializing in embroidery, screen print, promotional products, and on-site cresting featuring the newest technology, and one of the largest embroidery and screen printing departments in Atlantic Canada. For all your clothing and merchandise needs, email sales@allstarcresting.ca. At All Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Now the official results from the first. One Wicked Man, the winner. DJ Mustang was fifth. Evil Lou, 7th. Tobin's Barn Party was 2nd. Roustabout Hanover, 4th. Bad Boy Boogie was 8th. Illicit Affair finished 3rd. Roland Lewis was 6th. The fractions of 28 and 1, 57. 126 and 2, and the mile in 156 and 2. In review, 157, 248, 36. One Wicked Man paid $380. The exactor $11.70, triactor $75.90, and the superfactor was $27.64.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here on Gold Cup and Saucer afternoon program. One race underway here. We had Kenny Arsenault win the first race in 156 and 2 with One Wicked Man. Let's talk about HPI rewards. Old Home Week cashback, 5% cashback. HPI players from across the country and PEI will earn 5% cash back when you wager $25 or more each day during Old Home Week. You must opt in to be eligible for the promotion. HPIBet.com, at home or at the track, where PEI players now earn rewards, and they're on the track for the second.
Second race on parade, it's the Charlie Blaisdell Memorial. Shill Hanover 1 is owned by 3 Silly Fillies of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia. Paul Langell training and driving. Bad Girl Bridget, number 2, is owned and trained by Bill Lanigan of Montague. Paul Lanigan drives. Southwind Ricochet, 3, owned by Tom Clark, Eldred Nicholson, Ross Clark, and Quentin Bevan. Trained by Ronnie Matheson, Gilles Barrio drives. Amber Jack is the 4, owned by Wayne Webby of Dartmouth, Nova Scotia. Trained by Noah Webby, Mark Webby drives. 5 is All Better, owned by Ken Hardy of Bedford and Glenn Hardy of Middle Sackville, Nova Scotia. Trained by Justin Hardy, David Dowling. 5 minutes wagering time on the second, the 65th edition of the $100,000 Gold Cup and Saucer, presented by Atlantic Lottery. Will go behind the gate tonight right here at Red Shores, Charlottetown.
PEI is a special place with a special race. The Gold Cup and Saucer, the greatest show in harness racing. This year, we celebrate the 65th edition of Canada's most prestigious race on a half-mile track.
Angel Shadow, rev your engine. Who's got it? Who's gonna win it? It's gonna be Rev Your Engine. It's Gimbal and Tom McDonald. Gimbal wins the Gold Cup and Saucer.
Join us this August on Prince Edward Island for Old Home Week and the Drive to 65.
Well, let's go to the track for this afternoon's second race exactor. Note there's no show wagering in here. 20-cent superfecta, triactor win in place. Don't forget to tag your ticket with the wild horses for the jackpot of $25. It goes up tonight to $65, the wild horses jackpot, with the Gold Cup and Saucer 65 tonight. There is a look at our top pick, Kurt. That's the 5. All Better. 3-year-old bay gelding by Better's Delight for Ken Hardy of Bedford, Glenn Hardy of Middle Sackville, Nova Scotia. Justin Hardy is the trainer. It's David Dowling in the bike.
Yeah, and this guy can really smoke off the wings. Look at that start, 2 starts back. His first start here in Charlottetown from post 8, swinging off the gate, got to the front by 2 1/4. Ended up second and behind Darrell, who was really good on that night. And he was on the front end last week again on August 14th, just 3 days ago, 58-3. Ended up third, 28-3. Again, against a really nice group. Income Approach got the job done in that one. Draws in a soft spot here today. All Better in this compact field. He's got an aggressive driver in Dowling who's stick handling through traffic there on the track as he's warming up, but that was a good heads up move by Dowling, getting around that horse who's turning to score out. All Better, my top play here. I think he's going to be on a front end mission at even money.
And there is a look at the rail sitter in here. Shill Hanover, 2-year-old bay gelding by Betting Line for 3 silly fillies of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia. Paul Angel is the trainer and the driver. Third lifetime start for this 2-year-old. Kurt?
Yeah, I think he can get a really good trip here from the rail. He's going to have to atone for that break last time out where he finished 6 by 15. I like the start prior to that. In his first start, he got away 4th by 5 3/4. Made a late brush to the lead, but just got nailed late in the mile. Abiding Art got the win there for Jason Hughes on that day. Abiding Art raced huge. This guy still closed in 28-3 and was passed in the stretch. So no shame in that effort. A 2-year-old gelding by Betting Line. Shill Hanover, a good option in here for exactor players. If he stays flat around that first turn, he'll definitely be heard from before it's over. Shill Hanover right now at 7-2.
And there we see the 3, Southwind Ricochet, 2-year-old bay filly by Better's Delight for Tom Clark, Eldred Nicholson, Ross Clark, and Quentin Bevan. Ronnie Matheson, Gilles Barrio, they're a great tandem, Kurt. They team up in this one, and they've teamed up. They're teaming up tonight in the Gold Cup and Saucer. This filly, second lifetime start, shows some speed, Kurt.
Yeah, before we talk about her, You brought up they got a big shot there in the Gold Cup and Saucer final. How about the trip? Twinbee Tough Enough went in his trial. He did all the heavy lifting on the outside, no cover, and he just kept battling right to the wire and got his ownership group into the big dance. They're going to be under the spotlight. It's going to be quite a time for Team Matheson and Barrio tonight for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
He went a big mile. And I was talking to Ronnie Matheson down in his barn there the other day, and you know, like he said, like people thought this horse has to have a trip kind of thing, but he showed everybody that he doesn't need a trip. He came first over and got into the big dance tonight and went a big mile.
Yeah, absolutely. Got some really nice horses and just kept trying right to the wire. Big effort. But this filly, 2-year-old daughter, Better's Delight, looked good in her debut. Rallied to be third in 201 and 128-3 final panel. I went back and forth between her and the 2, and I just elected to go with the 3 off that sharp closing quarter last time out. And like we said, Barrio, Matheson, they've been hot lately, so I'm going to throw in Southwind Ricochet for a third on my ticket. I'm going 5-1-3, and she is 3-1.
And I got to mention the 4 horse in here, Amber Jack. Talked to Gary Devine before he went up to the judges' stand today. And as you know, Kurt, Amber Jack is named after former Gold Cup and Saucer winner Amber Jack for the Webbies. This is a 2-year-old black colt by Shadow Play for Wayne Webby of Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, Nora Webby the trainer, and Mark Webby in the bike here this afternoon. And right now they're 5-2.
Yeah, the Webby's got a long history in the Gold Cup and Saucer for sure. Amber Jack, great memories from back in the day. The field for race 2 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gated. It's the Charlie Blaisdell Memorial, and family and friends will be trackside with the winner upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Shill Hanover, Bad Girl Bridget, Southwind Ricochet, Amber Jack, and All Better, top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. The rough and pacing from the outside, All Better will shoot to the front. Amber Jack is second. At the rail, that's Shill Hanover third. Fourth one to the turn is Southwind Ricochet. Then at the rail, the trailer, that is Bad Girl Bridget. So David Dowling has hustled All Better to the lead by 3. Racing from second is Amber Jack. Third at the rail, Southwind Ricochet. Then fourth is Shill Hanover. Trailing the field, Bad Girl Bridget. They're at the opening quarter. All Better to get them there. Closed in on that leader. Second is Amber Jack. Then a racing from third and closing up on the leaders is Southwind Ricochet. Fourth is Shill Hanover. And then the trailer, Bad Girl Bridget, is fifth, 29 and 2 the opening quarter. All Better the fraction center. Now extending the lead by 2 on Amber Jack. Back into third is Southwind Ricochet. That is Shill Hanover fourth, and the trailer, Bad Girl Bridget, halfway home in the second, and All Better, the midway point leader with David Dowling. Second is Amber Jack, continuing third. Southwind Ricochet, 59 and 4 the half. Then in fourth, the Shill Hanover, and continuing to trail, Bad Girl Bridget. They swing by the 5/8, and All Better is still there. They're going to 3/4. Amber Jack is rough gated. He was fancy stepping big time in the 2-hole. Racing from 30. In at the rail, Southwind Ricochet. Up fourth on the outside is Shill Hanover. And trailing the field, that is Bad Girl Bridget. 3/4 in 130 and 4. All Better is still there. Amber Jack puts in a lot of steps, but he's hanging with the leader as they turn for home. Third is Southwind Ricochet. Down the stretch they come. All Better way wide. Here is Amber Jack in line to Mark Webby to get there. All Better was second. Third goes to Shill Hanover. 2 minutes flat.
Here comes the slow-mo replay for the afternoon second race. It is the Charlie Blaisdell Memorial with trackside presentation to the winner, Kurt Amberjack. Lived up to his name here. Looked like his Murphy blind was coming off on the outside here. Might have been why he was running away from things. But he gets the job done here today in 2 minutes flat. That's a new race win record, Kurt.
Yeah, I think he was just getting steppy. He was putting in a few steps, look a little bit like Fred Astaire up the backstretch, and Webby did a really good job of keeping him flat around that last turn especially, and then he just kind of moved him out wide here and kept talking to him down the stretch, keeping him at his business, making him pay attention, and he did a really good job of keeping him together, keeping him on the pace. Amber Jack does get the job done, reaching up in the final strides to get it over the fraction setter All Better, who put up fractions of 59 and 4, 130 and 4. They closed it out 29 and 1 for a nice mile of 2 minutes flat. That's a new record for this 2-year-old son of Shadow Play. Amber Jack gets it done in the Charlie Blaisdell Memorial.
There is a late judge's inquiry now being underway in the second race. It involves the conduct of the race at the 3/4. Well, as my colleague Mr. Skierman and Mr. Hughes, they made mention of Amber Jack, former Gold Cup and Saucer winner from many years ago. But it's the same family connections here as Amber Jack arrives at the second race winner's circle, pacing Black Colt 2 by Shadow Play from the Commotion Dam. Wind Warning, owned by Wayne Webby from Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, bred by Springhaven Farm, and Doug Millard of Ontario, trained by Noah Webby. Mark Webby guiding him to victory. The time for the mile was 2 minutes. Amber Jack in the second. Charlie Blaisdell Memorial. Friends and family join in the winner's circle with the cooler presentation. Result of the judge's inquiry, no violations. Now, the official results in the second, Chill Hanover third, Bad Girl Bridget fourth, Southwind Ricochet fifth, Amber Jack, the race winner, All Better was second. They went 29 and 2, 59 and 4, 130 and 4, and the mile was 2 minutes. In review, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2. Amber Jack 1060 to win. The Exactor 1610, Triactor 5960, the Superfecta 2188, the Early Daily Double 2460. Ladies and gentlemen, in race number 3 up next, the 2 Pineapple Express will go from blind to blinkers. And joining me in the announcer's booth to do the call of race number 3, Justin Turnbull comes out of Cape Breton Island. He's had quite a tour in the harness racing game. First of all, when I first met Justin, he was no taller than a yardstick. And now I got to look up to him. That's about the bottom line of it. And he's in the booth, and he's about to call the third. He's been in the booth with the greatest of them all, Roger Houston. He's going to the Meadowlands for the 100th Hambletonian. He'll visit with Hall of Famer Ken Workington. Justin Turnbull, just 16. He's up next with the call to the third.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Redshores, Charlottetown on Gold Cup and Saucer Day. Rocky Skierman and Kurt Hughes on the desk here this afternoon. Vance Cameron calling all the action. Let's have a look at the Smash the Track record for $10,000. The $10,000 Smash the Track record promotion is back for 2024 from Warren Ellis and family of Summerside Chrysler Dodge. If the winning horse in the 65th edition of the Atlantic Lottery Gold Cup and Saucer smashes the track record of 115-1, the ownership of the horse will receive a check for $5,000 from Warren Ellis and family of Summerside Chrysler Dodge. The remaining horses in the field will receive an additional $625 each. The $10,000 Smash the Track record promotion in the Atlantic Lottery Gold Cup and Saucer from Warren Ellis and family of Summerside Chrysler Dodge. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming third race. Kurt, it is the Chris McPherson Memorial.
Yes, it is, and it's unanimous. We're all on board the 7 and 3 in here. We're going all a little different. Well, you and Peter, you guys are matching strides with a 7-3-4, but I'm going to go with a 7-3-1. I like Brookdale, Ollie, and Spook McKenzie to get the job done. I think they're going to be whistling off the gate here in the dropping class to the 461 level. I do like the 3 Rockin' Novel for second. I'm going to throw in Mr. Laz. I just think Brett McDonald jumping up for the drive this afternoon, coming off a nice 5th place finish in 59 and 3 at this level. I think from the rail, I think they can grab the show-dough in there. So I'm at 7-3-1. Then the classifier going with 7-3-6. We are 6 away from race 3. The horses are going to make their way out onto the track momentarily. Post-parade will be coming up in just a few moments.
Now they're going to stand corrected. I guess Amber Jack did not win the Gold Cup and Saucer, but he was a nice racehorse from the Webby stable.
Engines are on track for post-parade for the afternoon's third race. Mr. Lad's the one for Jamie Copley and John McDonald. Lanny Hanscombe does the training. Brett McDonald is in the bike. 2 Pineapple Express. William McKay Jr. is the owner. William McKay does the training and driving. Three Rockin' Novel. Reynolds Racing are the owners. Roy Reynolds trains. Mark Campbell is in the bike. 4 Wims drop-off. Carson Wilkie is the owner and trainer. Austin Sorey will do the driving. 5 Mr. Saturday Night. Kevin McDonald is the owner and trainer. Travis McLean will do the driving. 6 Damn Lucky for Dion Gillis, and the Purple Plum Ambrose Gillis does the training and driving. Rounding out the field is 7 Brookdale Ollie for Gary Ford and Melinda Stead. Vaughan Doyle is the trainer. Paul McKenzie will do the driving. Down to 3 minutes here for post time. The city of Charlottetown is proud to present the birthplace of Confederation Series in memory of Doug Hill. The consolation and final are scheduled for races 6 and 13 on tonight's program.
The City of Charlottetown is the title sponsor of the Birthplace of Confederation Series. This series is held annually during Gold Cup Week and recognizes individuals and families who've made significant contributions to harness racing in the capital city and province.
Deep in the stretch, Dream Fair, Jen Fire, the queen of the driving park.
The City of Charlottetown is proud to announce the 2024 series will be named in memory of Doug Hill, with races scheduled for August 10th and 17th at Redshores, Charlottetown. The Birthplace of Confederation Series, proudly presented by the City of Charlottetown.
Let's head out to the track for the afternoon's third race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, Triactor, win, place, and show wagering. Don't forget to tag your ticket for a chance at that Wild Horses jackpot of $25. It is the Chris McPherson Memorial. Kurt, we're both leaning on the 7-3 here. Here's a look at the 7, Brookdale Ollie. 7-year-old bay gelding by Shadow Play for Gary Ford of Stratford and Melinda Stead of Wheatley River. Von Doyle is the trainer, and is Paul McKenzie in the bike.
And before we get to that horse, you were talking about the Webbies, Rocky. You're right, they do have a long history in the Gold Cup and Saucer. And I was just looking over the past winners. Wayne Webby did win it back in 72 with Prince Abbott in 205 and 1. And I remember a horse that they also had in the Gold Cup and Saucer back in the day in 1989, Sherwood Abe. He finished a really close second to my Uncle Harry Polton's Stargaze Hanover. He won it. Stargaze Hanover won it in 89, and Sherwood Abe raced great, coming first up in that race. He was a really good close second, so the Webbies do have a long-standing history in this prestigious race, and so you weren't far off in that first race anyway with Amberjack, but he was a good horse back in the day. So yeah, Brookdale Ollie, we got Spook McKenzie back home here in Charlottetown. Great to see Spook back home for the Gold Cup week, and he was a winner of this race back in the day as well. I remember Little Black Book, a mare that ran off the screen the year she won it. She won it by open lengths. And I think he could win by open lengths with Brookdale Ollie. This guy's been racing at the 1451 level, 1201 level, picking up checks. So dropping down here to the non-winners of 461 last 5. I think they're going to go right down the road, boss it from start to finish. 6-5 currently.
And there's a look at the 3, Rockin' Novel, 6-year-old bay gelding by Mystery Chase for Reynolds Racing of Murray River. Roy Reynolds, the trainer. It's Mark Campbell. He's been hot all week, Kurt, and he is in the bike.
Yeah, this one's got a little shy in the win column, though. 3 wins last year, 0 for 14 this year, 3/3 from 14 tries. The last couple starts, hasn't picked up checks the last 3 starts, but prior to that was a good start at the 765 level for Claire McDonald. That was a 3rd by 4 3/4 lengths in 2 minutes 2/5. How about the trip last time out, though? It was a 6th place finish from post 4. They got away 7th, 8th at the half, and finished 6th. Mark Campbell was in the seat, but a real nice line of 58, 29 flat final panel up at the 701 level. So dropping down, I think the class relief will help. Drawing post 3, and there's nobody hotter than Mark Campbell this week. So I do think Rockin' Novel can hit the ticket in here for sure. 2-1 currently.
And there we see the rail sitter in here. That's Mr. Laz, 3-year-old bay colt by Lazarus. For Jamie Copley of Kenmore, Ontario, and John McDonald of Bedford, Nova Scotia. Lanny Hanscom is the trainer. Brett McDonald gets the call today, Kurt.
Yeah, I like the driver change angle. I like the move into the rail, the pole position. I think Mr. Laz can get a good trip, and Brett's a real aggressive driver. And off that last time out, 59-3 here in Charlottetown, I'm going to take a shot at him from the rail. Mr. Laz at 7-2. And Rocky, as I throw to you here for this race, this is a Chris McPherson Memorial. Chris was a close friend of our family, Jason and I. He was a big supporter of our stable. He loved our horse, Denashton Nukes, back in the day. He used to be out for his picture taken all the time. He also was a big fan of Bim Ford. He always was over in Bim's barn helping out in that stable as well. And Lenny and Todd Walsh, he was always over in their barn chipping in as well. And so Chris McPherson, this is his memorial race. Just a great guy, and we miss him dearly as we look at the field lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. We're going to throw it upstairs to young Justin Turnbull for the call.
Afternoon's third race lines up with Mr. Laz, Pineapple Express, Rockin' Novel, Whim's Drop Off, Mr. Saturday Night, Damn Lucky, and Brookdale Ollie on the outside. The Chris McPherson Memorial Pace, top of the stretch. They're often pacing Mr. Laz along the rail, Pineapple Express, and joining them 3 wide on the outside, that'll be Rockin' Novel, and on the far outside, that is Whim's Drop Off, and then fourth they'll go to Pineapple Express. Whim's Drop Off is there fourth. Fifth, sixth is going to Damn Lucky, and trailing the field back there in seventh, that'll be Mr. Saturday Night. Mark Campbell's up front with Rockin' Novel. Out there second, looking to take over, that'll be Brookdale Ollie. Third along the rail is Mr. Laz. Pineapple Express is there fourth. Fifth will go to Whim's Drop Off. Damn Lucky is there sixth. And Mr. Saturday Night has made a break back there in seventh. Opening quarter was up in 28-1 as they're coming in front of us for the first time. Brookdale Ollie, the midway point leader, here in the third. Second, that'll be Rockin' Novel. Third will go to Mr. Laz as he has moved to the outside third. Then fourth will be Pineapple Express. Whim's Drop Off the cones there fifth. Damn Lucky's underway from sixth. And Mr. Saturday Night can still see them all back there in seventh. Half was up in 57-3. For Brookdale Ollie. First up, second, here comes Mr. Laz. Rockin' Novel shoots to the inside third. 3 wide from fourth. Here comes Damn Lucky. In between horses, that'll be Whim's Drop Off. Pineapple Express is there sixth. And Mr. Saturday Night can still see them all back there at seventh as they're at the 3/4 pole now. It's still Brookdale Ollie. Damn Lucky's coming 3 wide second. 3/4 was up in 127-4 as they're swinging off the top turn and into the stretch drive remaining. Brookdale Ollie the leader. Rockin' Novel's coming there second. Here comes Damn Lucky as they're coming to the wire. It's going to be close. Mark Campbell will get up with Rockin' Novel. Close for second. That'll be Damn Lucky against Brookdale Ollie. And we stop the clock in 1:57.3.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media in the Chris McPherson Memorial. Brookdale Ollie, he bossed it for a while, but Rockin' Novel gets up for the win, Kurt.
Yeah, I really thought Brookdale Ollie would run off the screen in this one. Put on the front end through fractions 28-1, 57-3, 127-4. But Mark Campbell's Dream Week continues here as he is the hot guy in the seat, and he's going to get Rockin' Novel up for the win here, his first win of 2024, and he gets it during Gold Cup Week. Big trip here, 157-3 for Rockin' Novel. Brookdale Ollie raced well in here, but he's going to have to settle for third as there's a big late charge from the 6th, Damn Lucky. I remember this horse campaigning for the Lanigans here on PEI. Ambrose Gillis, great to see him over here for Gold Cup Week. That was a big late rally he made, and at 14-1, good price in the play spot. So it's 3-6-7 unofficially. Rockin' Novel gets it done in the Chris McPherson Memorial.
The 3-entry Rockin' Novel returning back to the third race winner circle. A 6-year-old bay gelding from Mystery Chase. From the Rock and Roll Hanover Dam, Kill a Rockin' Bird. For Reynolds Racing from Murray River PEI, Roy Reynolds handles the training duty. Mark Campbell is in the bike for the win. First on the season for Rockin' Novel, and that'll be his 12th lifetime. The mile was up in 157-3. Family and friends trackside with the cooler presentation in the Chris McPherson Memorial Pace.
This race replay is brought to you by Sintrack Print and Graphic. Here they come, and it's Sintrack for the win with exceptional print products, exceptional graphic design services, and exceptional value. Sintrack Print and Graphics, 902-892-7719.
Afternoon's third race is now official. Mr. Laz was 4th. Pineapple Express was 6th. Rockin' Novel, your race winner. Wim's Drop Off was 5th. Mr. Saturday Night was 7th. Damn Lucky 2nd. And the 7, Brookdale Ollie, finished 3rd. Top down, 4-6-1. 5-7-2. 3 on the bottom. The 3-entry Rockin' Novel paid $8.90 to win. The $2 exactor paid $91. $2 trifecta paid $173.30, and the 20-cent superfecta paid $80.24. Afternoon's 4th race is up next. 7 minutes to post time here for the afternoon's 4th race.
And in the upcoming 4th race, number 3, All-Star Katrina, goes from blinkers to blind, adds a Z guide, adds an ear hood, and a 4-ring overcheck. Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores, Charlottetown on a Saturday afternoon. It's Gold Cup and Saucer 65 Day presented by Atlantic Lottery. Let's talk about the Home Hardware Maritime Breeders. The 2024 edition will take place at Red Shores, Charlottetown. 2- and 3-year-old trotters will compete on Thursday, October 24th, followed by a doubleheader on Saturday, October 26th for 2- and 3-year-old pacing colts and fillies. Thank you to sponsors Metro Home Building Center, High Tide Home Hardware Building Centers, and the Maritime Breeders Association. And we will slide the picks into the screen for the upcoming 4th race. It is the Tom and Margaret Claiborne Memorial Trot, a long-standing tradition here, Kurt.
Yeah, absolutely. The Claiborne Trot has been a great family in the business, and they had a lot of trotters over the years. Great to have this race. We have it every Gold Cup week here, and as you mentioned, we are on the trot for this 4th race. There's our selections. I'm going 4-2-5 in here. Rocky, you're going 5-4-2. Post time picks and the classifier's choice. They're on board with me with a 4-2-5. Horses are making their way out onto the track. Post parade for the Tom and Margaret Claiborne Memorial is next.
Fourth race, the Tom and Margaret Claiborne Memorial Trot. They're on parade. Mama's Pride the 1, owned by Brady Doyle of Stratford, Ryan and Everett McLeod of Surrey, Corey McPherson training and driving. 2 is Mile Hill Aggie, owned by John and Barbara Bro of Shediac, Cape New Brunswick, trained by Paul Morrison. Mark Campbell drives. All-Star Katrina 3 is owned by Donald McCachran of Upper Marguerite, Nova Scotia, Brian McPhee training and driving. 4, WL Rosie's Rocket is owned and trained by Bill Lannigan of Montague, driven by Jason Hughes. 5 is Halmac Swanky, owned by Halmac Farms Limited of Brookfield and Brian Foley of Charlottetown. Mike McGuigan trains and drives. 6 is Ma Barker, owned by Shotgun Stables of West Royalty, trained by Doug McGregor, Jules Barriol. Down to 3 minutes wagering time in race number 4. The Race Day Video Wall is presented in part by Tourism PEI, the PEI Standardbred Horse Owners Association, where you can buy your 50/50 tickets in the main entrance, and from designated 50/50 sellers. The Race Day Video Wall is also presented by the City of Charlottetown with the Birthplace of Confederation Series.
Around here, light can bring out the best in you. It can make you believe you'll find the buried treasure. Tempt you to bet on yourself. Convince you there's room for one more bite. And beg you to stay out way past your bedtime. Don't say we didn't warn you. Come find your island, Prince Edward Island.
Let's head out to the track for the afternoon's 4th race. It is the Tom and Margaret Claiborne Memorial. Cooler trackside presentation to the winner. There's your top selection in here, Kurt. WL Rosie's Rocket, 3-year-old bay gelding by E.L. Rocket for Bill Lannigan of Montague, who's also the breeder and the trainer. And your brother Jason gets the call again today.
Yeah, WL Rosie's Rocket looking for win number 1 of his career, and I think he could get it today. He's trending in the right direction. A trip in 2:03 and 4 starts back, then reeled off 3/4 in a row, and the last effort was a real good one in 2:01 and 1. Closing quarter 30 and 4. Nice closing quarter. 2 starts back as well, 30 and 1. Had some good gate speed in that second last start. Got away by just 3.5 at the quarter. So we'll see what they do here in this race. But WL Rosie's Rocket, I think they're a really good option. They've been behaving themselves. As you can see down the lines, down low on this one, making some breaks. But the last 5 starts have been really good, and that 4th Atlantic Sire Stake action last time out was a real nice effort. So I like WL Rosie's Rocket to get it done. Even money right now.
And there we see the 2. Mile Hill Aggie is a 4-year-old bay mare by Angus Hall for John and Barbara Bro of Shediac, Cape, New Brunswick. Paul Morrison, the trainer. Mark Campbell has been hot all week. He's got a win already today, Kurt. He's in the bike.
Yeah, and this one raced really good. Another one that's trending in the right direction. The last 3 starts have been really good. Last week, from post 8, got away in the 2-hole. Finished second to Ocean View Rumors. Closed it out 29-3. 203 was the mile. This is another good option in here. I think they could definitely get the job done. And Mark Campbell, a winner in the last race, could definitely double up here with another win going back-to-back. Mile Hill Aggie at 8-5.
And there we get a look at the 5. My top choice in here, that's Howmack Swanky, 3-year-old bay gelding by Muscle Mass. For Howmack Farms Limited of Brookfield and Brian Foley of Charlottetown, Mike McGuigan's having a great week. He's the trainer and the driver, Kurt.
Yeah, and this one's first win could come and start 13. Another one that's been racing really good, showing a couple of trips in 202 and 2. That was a really nice effort, 3 starts back. And then last week, grinding it out first up in 203 and 4, finishing third in that one. Howmack Swanky, not a lot of gate speed, but definitely doesn't mind the fresh air, as the last 2 starts have come on the outside, and he's hit the board in both, so he should be close again. 3-year-old gelding by Muscle Mass, coming out of the hot Mike McGuigan stable. He's having a real good week with trotters, and this one could get his first win here today. Right now at 9-5 on the board.
And just a reminder on the equipment change on the 3, All-Star Katrina goes from blinkers to blind, bridle, a Z-guide, adds a Z-guide, adds an ear hood, and also adds a 4-ring overcheck. The afternoon's 4th race, it is the Tom and Margaret Claiborne Memorial, a long-standing tradition here. This race at Charlottetown, my father was a good friend of Tommy Claiborne. As the 4th race, 6 trotters line up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
From the rail out, Mama's Pride, Mile Hill Aggie, All-Star Katrina, WL Rosie's Rocket, Howmack Swanky, Ma Barker, top of the stretch. Trotters are approaching a start. Well back, leaving Ma Barker. And there they go, up and trotting. And as they get away, WL Rosie's Rocket and Mile Hill Aggie are the first 2 out. Third one to the turn is All-Star Katrina. From the outside, 4th is Howmack Swanky. Then it's Mama's Pride, and the trailer, that is Ma Barker. Up the backstretch to the opening quarter they go, and Mark Campbell has sent Mile Hill Aggie to the lead. Here comes some early company now. Howmack Swanky up and after the leader on the outside, but he's rough gated. He is fancy stepping, and I mean fancy stepping big time in here. On by the first quarter, there goes the inquiry sign. Race number 4 goes under a judge's inquiry. 30-1 the opening quarter. And on the lead, it's Mile Hill Aggie. Then racing from second, coming off the turn, is WL Rosie's Rocket. Howmack Swanky continues the outside route from third. Racing fourth, All-Star Katrina. Ma Barker in fifth, and the trailer is Mama's Pride. They're halfway home in the Claiborne, led by Mile Hill Aggie and Campbell. Howmack Swanky lays on the outside, and right there in the pocket, WL Rosie's Rocket. 1 minute and 2 was the half. Consecutive 30-1 splits. There's 5/8 of a mile left to trot. And Mile Hill Aggie is still there, and they're going to 3/4. Second is WL Rosie's Rocket from the outside. Halmax Swanky back to third. Ma Barker has picked up fourth. Now in fifth is Mama's Pride. In the backfield, after the break, All-Star Katrina 3/4. In the books in 1:32 flat. Mile Hill Aggie still leads them, and they go next to the 7/8. Second, that is WL Rosie's Rockin', sent to the outside for the stretch drive. Halmax Swanky is third. Down the stretch they come. Mile Hill Aggie. WL Rosie's Rockin' on the outside is coming late on the wire. WL Rosie's Rocket and the Blue Knight U's look to get there over Mile Hill Aggie and Halmax Swanky. 2:03 flat. Retain your tickets here in the fourth race. We do have a judge's inquiry. Judge's inquiry involves number 1, Mama's Pride, and a possible pylon violation.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for today's fourth race. The Tom and Margaret Claiborne Memorial and WL Rosie's Rocket, your top pick. I got there on the end of a Kurt, and I think that is possibly an ice-cold Kurt Hughes triactor.
Yeah, ice-cold try. I don't think it's going to pay too much, Rock. We're not going to get rich off this one. Combining Rich and Rocky at the same time. I don't think we're going to get rich on this one. 4 is 6-5 on the board. Mile Hill Aggie at 3-2 and Halmax Swanky at 9-5. But this race shook out just how I thought it would. Mile Hill Aggie crossing over from post 8 last week, getting into the 2-hole. Post 2 this week. I thought they would set up shop on the front for Campbell, and they did, and they raced pretty good getting the deuce. But the pocket sitter, WL Rosie's Rocket, I thought they would leave out alertly in this compact field of 6. Hughes biding his time in the 2-hole. Nice patient steer, and he's going to time it perfectly here as we get a look at that Universum slow-mo. The Blue Knight and WL Rosie's Rocket, they break their maiden here. 3-year-old gelding by EL Rocket, getting it done in 2:03 in the Tom and Margaret Claiborne Memorial.
Here comes WL Rosie's Rocket to the fourth race. Winner's Circle. Trotting Bay Gelding 3 by EL Rocket off the Northern Bailey Dam Rosie River. Bill Lenigan of Montague, owner, breeder, trainer, and the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, will guide him to victory for the first time to a maiden record of 2:03. WL Rosie's Rocket in the fourth, and in the winner's circle, the Tom and Margaret Claiborne Memorial Winner's Circle cooler presentation, joined by friends and family. WL Rosie's Rocket for Hughes and Lanigan in the fourth.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Results of the judge's inquiry in the fourth. Number 1, Mama's Pride, was inside 3 consecutive pylons, however, finished 6th. No placings required. Here's the official results down the fourth. Mama's Pride was 6th. Mile Hill Aggie 2nd. All-Star Katrina 5th. WL Rosie's Rocket the winner. Hamax Swanky 3rd. Ma Barker 4th. They went 30 and 1 minute 2, 1:32, and the mile 2:03. In review 6:25, 1:34. WL Rosie's Rocket 440. The exactor $5.90, the triactor $10, and the superfactor was $4.58.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores, Charlottetown. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman, along with Kurt Hughes. Vance Cameron calling all the action in the booth today. Let's talk about the Gamester Pinckney Memorial Cup. It returns for the 2024 racing season. Northside Downs hosted the Nova Scotia Legs on Saturday, August 3rd, with drivers Brett LeBlanc, Zach Mullins, Monica Sutherland, Keegan Madden, Ryder Renison, Keith Legg, and Damien McClellan taking part. Red Shore Summerside will host the PEI Legs on Tuesday, August 20th, with drivers Zach Conway, Brady Sweet, Jacob Sweet, Kyle DeRoche, Brett Clough, Luke Armstrong, and Kyle Mason competing in the event. The top 4 point-earning drivers from the qualifying legs in each province will advance to the final on Tuesday, August 27th at Red Shore Summerside. And they're coming out onto the track, Kurt.
Yeah, they're coming out onto the track, and there's a look at our selections. I'm on my own here. I'm going with the 3 Freeman's Legacy on top. I like the 4 and the 6. Rocky, you're going 4, 6, 5. Post time picks, that's Peter McPhee. 6, 3, 4. He likes the same 3 I do, a little different order. And the classifier's choice is 4, 6, 5. Post braid is next.
The fifth race is a division of the Joe O'Brien Memorial Stakes. 3-year-old colt Pacers Grassroots. Just a country boy. The one is owned by Won't Back Down Stable of North River, Nova Scotia. Gardner McCollum, the trainer. Mark Campbell. 2 is Love Matters Most, owned by Rebecca May Horton, Blair McLaughlin, and Jeff Lilly. Jeff does the training. Austin Sorey drives. 3 is Freeman's Legacy, owned by Mackenzie Arsenault of Alberton, Jacob Sweet, the trainer driver. 4, Here's Stuart, owned by Clark E. Smith, Donnie Smith, and Paul Hogan, trained by Cliff Murphy. Kenny Murphy drives. 5 is Rockin' Your Boots, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. Old Chunk of Coal is the 6, owned by Hugh McKecham of Inverness and Ali McKecham of Truro, Nova Scotia, trained by Robert McLeod, driven by David Dowling. Jack Wick wears number 7, Kenny Arsenault training and driving for owner Dan McIsaac, Charlottetown. Number 8 is Dusty Lane Tito, owned by Debbie Francis of Sweets Corner, Nova Scotia, trained and driven by Paul Langell. Down to 4 minutes wagering time on race number 5. And gentlemen, we're coming up with our own selections here in the 5th race. It's the first super high 5 of the day. We thank our friends at Results Marketing and Advertising and their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. And I'm on to the 6, guys. He's going to have to stay pacing, but when he does stay flat, he can go lots. As you take a look at the last line, he was closing in on little Leroy, pacing his own mile 55 and 1. That should be good enough maybe in here. The 4 Here's to Art won a career best last time around when Kenny Murphy put him on the chooch. Never looked back. He won in 55 and 3. I'll throw him in for second. Then number 3, Freeman's Legacy, I should in for second. Then it's Here's to Art for third. I'm on to the 1, Just a Country Boy, and I'm closing it out with the 5, Rockin' Your Boots. It's 6, 3, 4, 1, 5 from the booth. Gentlemen, down to you and your choices.
I'll go next, Rock. I'll take Freeman's Legacy on top of my ticket after winning a couple trips in 59-2, and then that big trip, 55-2 from the rail. He won by 6 and change. Closed it out 27-2. Then he gave it up in the final stages of the next start in 56 flat. Then he had a couple clunkers, but I do like that trip last time out. It was a soft opening half. He was first up. It was back half in that race was 57-1, and he still hung on to third. Big trip, closed it out 28-2. So from post 3, I think Jacob Sweet can get it done with Freeman's Legacy. I do like the 4 Here's to Art off that big win in 55-3 last time out, and I'm going to go out to number 6, Old Chunk of Coal. They rallied to finish second, as Vance said, in 55-1, closing quarter 28 flat, so I like them for third. I'm going to go with the 1, post-time picks, Peter McPhee, is long shot play, Just a Country Boy. I do like that one in for fourth, and then I'm going to go with Jack Wick and Kenny Arsenault for fifth. So I'm at 3, 4, 6, 1, 7. Rocky, your choices.
I'm going with the 4 on top in here. Here's to Art. Won a big trip, as Vance mentioned, a career best in his last one. Closed it out in 58 seconds flat, and he fended off Sword from the Stone, a nice colt of Orville Willis's, who's been racing very well lately. I like Here's to Art to win this race. For second, go to the 6, Old Chunk of Coal with David Dowling aboard, 155-1. Vance picks this horse to win. I got him in there for second. For third, the 5, Rockin' Your Boots. Jason Hughes already has a win today. Nice mile, 156-3 in his last. For fourth, I'm going with the 7. That's Jack Wick out of the Kenny Arsenault barn. 2 back in Summerside. Nice win, 159-2. That was a maiden record. And to close out my super high 5, it got the rail horse, Just a Country Boy, with Mark Campbell aboard, who has been very hot all week, and he already has a win today as well. So I'm going 4, 6, 5, 7, 1. Kurt Hughes likes 3, 4, 6, 1, 7. Vance Cameron going 6, 3, 4, 1, 5. Get in on the super high 5. And the 50-50 is now sitting at over $1,500 to the winner. You can see Tracy, Betty, or Heather for your tickets. And I just saw Heather. She's around the top of the park here right now. 50-50. Don't forget to get in. And just a note on the 2, Love Matters Most adds a choke plate to his gear here this afternoon. That's the 2, Love Matters Most adds a choke plate. Let's have a quick look at the odds board for the afternoon's 5th race. Joe O'Brien Memorial, 3-year-old colts in the grassroots division, $10,650 on the line. It's a full field of 8. Just a Country Boy, Mark Campbell, 7-2. Love Matters Most, Austin Sorry aboard at 13-1. Freeman's Legacy leaves 3 with Jacob Sweet at 9-2. There's a look at the 4. Here's to Art, Kenny Murphy aboard at 5-2. Rockin' Your Boots leaves 5 with Jason Hughes at 9-1. Old Chunk of Coal with David Dowling at 9-5 from post 6. Jack Wick with Kenny Arsenault aboard. Kenny also has a win this afternoon. He's aboard for the ride at 9-1. And Dusty Lane Tito, post 8 on the outside with Paul Angel, 14-1. That's the field for the afternoon's 5th race, Joe Bryan Memorial Grassroots Division. Good luck with your selections. Want to wish a happy 11th anniversary to Jamie and Linda Ramsey. They celebrate every year here, Gold Cup and Saucer Day. I remember doing it last year. Hope you're having a great day, Jamie and Linda. As the 5th race, Joe Bryan Memorial Grassroots Division 3-year-old colts lines up in behind the starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Oh, Rocky got my newfound friend Benjamin up here alongside. He's going to watch the 5th here during Old Home Week on Cup and Saucer Day. Oh, and he turned 7 on the 11th. Oh, a lot of things happening for Benjamin here during Old Home Week. It's the 5th. It's the O'Brien Grassroots. It's the Super High 5. It's post time. The rough and facing Freeman's Legacy leaving out. Here's Stuart to his outside. Up the rail, Just a Country Boy is 3rd to the turn. To get away 4th is Love Matters Most. Now in 5th as they move round the turn is Rockin' Your Boots. On to 6th is Old Chunk of Coal. Then waiting from the 7th towards the inside goes Jack Wick. And the early trailer, Dusty Lane Tito along the backstretch for the first time, led by Freeman's Legacy in line to Jacob Sweet. Here's Stuart is settled up for the 2-hole ride. 3rd up the rail, Just a Country Boy, 28. 4 opened it up. Love Matters Most around the turn 4th. Racing from 5th to Rockin' Your Boots. On the move 6th. There goes Old Chunk of Coal underway. Up 7th on the outside is Jack Wick. And up the rail, that's Dusty Lane Tito. The half mile comes next. The unchallenged leader is Freeman's Legacy at the midway point. Here's Stuart, the 2-hole ride. Then in 3rd, Just a Country Boy. Old Chunk of Coal is picking them off on the outside. Now to get 4th, 58 seconds flat was the half mile. They arrive next at the 5-8. Freeman's Legacy, the leader. Here's Stuart 2nd, Old Chunk of Coal. Now 3rd on the outside. 4th up the rail, Just a Country Boy. Moving up 5th from the outside. That is Jack Wick. Back to 6. Love Matters Most. On the outside from 7. Dusty Lane Tito. Trailing. Rockin' Your Boots. The 3/4 in 1:27 flat. They round the turn for the final time. Shade more than an 1/8 left to go. Freeman's Legacy trying to take it all the way. Here comes. Here's Stuart for the stretch drive. And down the stretch they come. Freeman's Legacy. Here's Stuart on the outside. On the wire next. Who gets there? Here's Stuart from the outside. Looks to get up in time for Kenny Murphy. With Freeman's Legacy, an Old Chunk of Coal. 1:55.4.
Here comes the slow-mo replay for the afternoon's 5th race. Joe Bryan Memorial 3-year-old colts Grassroots Division. Kurt, you would have had the Super High 5, but my top selection gets up and crushes.
Kenny Murphy breaks my heart. On Gold Cup and Saucer Day, the pocket sitter. Here's the art. I thought Freeman's Legacy was home and cooled around the last turn, but you could tell at the top of the stretch, young Jacob Sweet was at his horse pretty good, and Here's the Art he had the momentum, and down the stretch he really took over in the deep stretch. Here's the Art getting up in the final strides, crushing my super high five as the 4 Here's the Art gets it done in 55-4. Big trip in the Joe O'Brien Memorial 3-year-old colt grassroots division. The 3 Freeman's Legacy in for second, and then 617 in for third, fourth, and fifth. So 4-3, 6-1-7, unofficially your super high five in the fifth.
Going to the 7/8, Kurt, he still had the plugs in on the backstretch heading into that turn. I liked him then. I thought he's a winner because he hasn't kicked the plugs yet.
Yeah, he was looming boldly, and when he drove up in Jacob's helmet around that last turn, and when Kenny moved him at the top of the stretch, I knew I was in a whole heap of trouble late in the stretch. And yeah, Here's the Art. He's been racing good. He had the big win in the B division earlier in the week from the rail, 55-3. That's a new record. Anytime you have a horse that goes big trip and takes their record the week before, they're usually a really good play the next week. And he elected to take that 2-hole ride with Freeman's Legacy wanting the front, and he really exploded out of that pocket at the top of the stretch. So yeah, unfortunately, Rocky, you do get the win in here at 3-2.
Can Jim Gorman go to the race office, please? Jimmy Gorman to the race office.
Here's Stewart, got up in the nick of time to capture his division of the Joe O'Brien. He arrives at the winner's circle, bay-facing gelding 3 by Arthur Blue Chip from the Cameluckdam Timel Extra, owned by Clarkey and Donnie Smith and Paul Hogan. Bred by Blaine Tebow of Kensington. Cliff Murphy does the training, and Kenny Murphy will guide him to victory. Back-to-back stakes wins, this one today in 155-4. Here's Stewart in the Joe O'Brien Memorial Stakes with the Winner's Circle presentation.
This race replay is brought to you by the new 1888 Lounge at Red Shores. The 1888 Lounge is perfect for your corporate meetings, parties, or presentations. Contact Rebecca in our Sales and Events Division for more information on the new 1888 Lounge upper level at Red Shores.
Tell you one thing, folks, when Kenny Murphy puts his arms around Clarkey Smith, that's a legend talking to a legend to be. Here's Stewart in the O'Brien, 155-4. Now the official results in race 5, just a country boy 4th. Love Matters Most was 8th. Freeman's Legacy 2nd. Here's Stewart, the race winner. Rockin' Your Boot 6th. Old Chunk of Coal 3rd. Jack Wick was 5th. Dusty Lane Tito 7th. They went 28-4, 58, 127, and the mile 155-4. In review, it's 482 163 57. Here's to Art, paid $5. The Exactor 2180, the Triactor 4910, and the Super High 5 returned $69.97.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore, Charlottetown on Gold Cup and Saucer Day. Rocky Skierman, Kurt Hughes, and Vance Cameron calling all the action in the booth. Let's talk about HPI Bet Old Home Week $500 draw. HPI PEI players will be entered into a draw for a $500 account rebate by wagering on Red Shore, Charlottetown. You can earn a ballot when you wager $25 or more per card during Old Home Week. And, of course, tonight, Gold Cup night. You must opt in to be eligible for the promotion. HPIBet.com at the track or at home, where you now earn HPI rewards. And the horse and drivers stepping out of the paddock. Kurt, you and I we're in sync in this one.
Yeah, we both like a 1-5-6. Post time picks. Peter McPhee, 6-5-3. He's matching strides with the classifier. 6-5-3 in race number 6. And as Rocky mentioned, the horses are moving in the paddock, making their way out onto the track. Post parade for the Donnie and Nan Simmons Memorial is next.
The sixth race is the Donnie and Nan Simmons Memorial. They're on post parade. Number 1, Silken Sweet, owned by Donald McRae and D Racing Stable of New York. Trained by Ashley Gamester. Jason Hughes driving. Kraken Sealster the 2, owned by Carl Campbell of Quebec, Nova Scotia. Trained by Andrew McLean. Mark McDonnell does the driving. Judicial 3, the owners, Morris McCabe, Wayne McPherson, Angus Bird, and Harold Shepard. Harold is the trainer, and the drive goes to Patrick Shepard. Catch the Spark, number 4, is owned by Blaze Rogers in a Trackety Cross, trained by Brendan Mullen, driven by Joe Barrio. Well Said Celeb wears number 5, owned by Blair and Carl Hansen, Isaac Skierman, and Shane Essen, trained by Melissa Rennie, driven by Adam Murner. Stage name Hercules is 6, owned by Jeff Skinner, Frank Brundle, Bob Skinner, and Daniel Hiltz, trained by Danny Romo. Mark Campbell gets the call. 3 minutes wagering time in race number 6. Back down to Rocky and Kern at the HPI broadcast desk with a look at the field for Gold Cup and Saucer 65, along with their top selections to win the big race.
Okay, there it is. Gold Cup and Saucer 65, presented by Atlantic Lottery. Purse $100,000. And Rocky, my picks in that race are 4, 3, 8. I think there could be a first turn Donnybrook on our hands tonight. I think Larry Carr will be leaving out of there pretty quickly. I think Heaven on a High with the trailing horse American History hot on their heels there on the hind tier. I do think Heaven on a High is going to be forced to leave. I think Fortify, he showed really good gate speed in his trial, getting that pocket ride and getting the job done. He was really good. He could get the job done, but I'm going to put him in for second. I think Covered Bridge leaves in a real great spot that Stratton can work out a second over trip. I think they're going to take back and let the dust settle and try and work out, make it their move coming to the half, maybe to the quarter. Depends if he's forced to move early. Depends what the horses in behind him do. If they force him to move early, he might have to come first up, but I think he can work out a covered up trip second over, so I'm going to put him on top. I do think Fortify might be on the front end or in the 2-hole. I do think Save America and Anthony will be coming swinging off the gate, and that guy pushed the car out in his trial, and so he can leave. He's great gate speed, so I'm going to think he cuts it here tonight. I think Fortify is going to get the 2-hole, and I do think Covered Bridge is going to get the perfect trip. So I'm going 4, 3, 8, and my long shot play is my brother Rock Shining Star out there in post 7. I do think they have an outside shot. If there's a really quick half, I think they can mop them up in the stretch. What's your choices?
He's got a great name, doesn't he, that horse your brother's driving?
Yeah, Rock Shining Star. Love it. This one of 3 entries from Jamie Smith's barn.
Absolutely, Jamie Smith, 3 in it. Well, you know, I get a little sentimental sometimes, I guess, and I just love to see Dale Spence and Mackenzie Spence win this race with American history. So I'm going to pick them to win it because they're leaving in a great spot in the trailing spot, and he can leave. The one horse can leave. I think he's going to follow the one horse out. I think he's going to be in a great position, and if the fractions are right and this horse can carry him where he needs to go, he's been hot. Curdy winning 152 in Woodstock. You know, I think
that was a big trip.
That was a very big trip. Yeah. A Covered Bridge, who, you know, what he did last year coming off cover, and he's a great horse coming off cover. He could get it all. I'm going to put him in for second. Fortify, who was a monster in his trial for the Chris McKay stable here, he could get it all too. I'm putting him in for third. So I'll go 9-4-3 in the 65th Gold Cup and Saucer presented by Atlantic Lottery. Going to be a great race.
It sure is. And, you know, I was thinking back to Gold Cups in the past, my brother out there at post 7, if the speed is hot, he could mop them up late. And I know a couple other horses who gave first-time drivers in the Gold Cup their first Gold Cup and Saucer out there in post 7, and both of those horses won from off the pace. The first one I remember is Sandals, Dexter, and Mark McDonald getting their first Gold Cup and Saucer win, coming from off the pace from post 7 to get up for the win and escape the news, the one that Mark Gamble reeled in late there on the final stages for Team Ronnie Burke. And so Jason does have an outside shot, so I'll be rooting for him in the big one for sure. And Rocky, speaking of my brother Jason, I got him on top of my ticket in here. I'm going 156. I think Silk and Sweet, coming off a win his first start here, 58-1. He raced really good, I thought, in his last start, finishing third, 56-1. Closed it out 29-1. So I'm going to put him on top. I like Well Said Celeb and Murner for second. I'm going to throw in the 6th stage name Hercules and Mark Campbell.
And we agree.
Yeah, 156. We're matching strides in here. The Donnie and Nan Simmons Memorial here in the 6th, and the starters are lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's send it back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Silk and Sweet, Kraken Sealster, Judicial, Catch the Spark, Well Said Celeb, stage name Hercules, top of the stretch. Ready for start. The rough and pacing trio of levers, Kraken, Sealster, Judicial to their outside, Well Said Celeb. To get away fourth at the rail is Silk and Sweet, then dropped in to be fifth. That is Catch the Spark, and the trailer, stage name Hercules. Up the backstretch they go. Kraken, Sealster, Mark McDonnell. They're on the choo-choo here in a whole heap of trouble. Judicial is parked out. Third at the rail is Silk and Sweet, racing from fourth. Well Said Celeb, then in fifth. On the inside is Catch the Spark, and a gapped out trailer, stage name Hercules. Boom! Just like that. 27-3 opened it up. Down the stretch they come, led by the serious leader, Kraken Sealster. Judicial's gonna be out all the way. Third up the rail is Silk and Sweet. Going to the outside fourth, Well Said Celeb. Then in fifth it's Catch the Spark. And trailing the field, stage name Hercules, 56 and 1, the halfway home time. Midway round the paddock turn for the second time. They arrive at the 5-8. Kraken Sealster continuing to lead. From the outside, Well Said Celeb now up to challenge. Third up the rail, Judicial racing into fourth. That is Catch the Spark. On the outside, fifth, stage name Hercules. Silk and Sweet is backed right through them. 3/4 tripped in 1:25 and 4 on the turn for the second and final time. Down to an eighth of a mile left to go, and they're headed on down the home stretch. Kraken Sealster trying to see it through. Racing second, Well Said Celeb. Judicial, stage name Hercules late. Kraken Sealster all the way for Mark McDonnell. We're going to need a place picture. The trip in 1:56.1.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for today's sixth race, the Donnie and Nan Simmons Memorial. Kraken Sealster, wow, Mark McDonnell, he wound him right down the road today, Kurt.
Yeah, this one had a big effort in Inverness. The Inverness Invaders continued to show their dominance over here during Gold Cup week. This guy was parked past the half in Inverness, drove on to win in 58 and 4. Comes over here for Gold Cup week. Mark McDonnell puts him right on the front end, and they make every call a winning one. 27 and 3, half 56 and 1, 3/4 125 and 4. Time of the mile 156 and 1. The 5, Well Said Celeb in there for second, and it's a show photo between the hard charge and 6, stage name Hercules, and Judicial, who went a monster effort, parked past the opening half for Shepherd. They got into the 2-hole going into the 5/8 turn, and it looks like they got nosed out for the show spot, finishing fourth, but a big effort from Judicial here in race 6. Kraken Sealster gets it done at 5-2 in the Donnie and Nan Simmons Memorial.
Here comes Kraken Sealster to the sixth race winner's circle, pacing Brown Gelding. 4 years, the son of Lazarus, off the Western Ideal Dam. Kitten, owned by Carl Campbell from Bedeck, Nova Scotia, bred by Mervyn Lehman and Leon Lehman of Indiana. Andrew McLean does the training. Mark McDonnell put him on top, and on top at every call he went to a mile in 156 and 1. Kraken Sealster wires the 6 down to trackside in the winner's circle. Donnie and Nan Simmons Memorial Cooler presentation, and plenty of friends and family joining for that winner's circle presentation. Kraken Sealster, Mark McDonnell, 156 and 1.
This race replay is brought to you by Windermere Farms. Another successful Atlantic Canadian breeding season has come to a close, and Windermere Farms would like to thank everyone that has made 2024 a success. Windermere Farms wishes everyone a successful stakes season, and anyone wishing to get involved in ownership with a winning team can contact Earl Watts today. Windermere Farms, home of Malicious, Keystone Velocity, Muscle Through It, Somewhere Fancy, and Source of Pride, where Atlantic Canada's champion stallions call home.
Now the official results in the sixth. Silk and Sweet finished sixth. Kraken Sealster, the race winner. Judicial was fourth. Catch the Spark finished fifth. Well Said Celeb was second. Stage Name Hercules third. They went 27-3. 56-1. 125-4. The mile 156-1. In review 614. 523. Kraken Sealster 720 to win. Exactor 32.90. Tractor 99.90. Superfecta 30.05. It's the seventh race, and it comes next. And ladies and gentlemen, going to do the call of race number 7. Probably the best bilingual track announcer you'll listen to. And if you've been a fan of Old Home Week, he's been here before, Jesslyn Paquette, and he's got the seventh race call.
The harness racing industry plays an important role in the economy of Prince Edward Island. Various jobs and positions are impacted by just one racehorse, including farmers, breeders, owners, and many others who live and work in our province. Our industry remains strong and continues to support and grow the local economy. Horses are moving in the paddock. Here's a quick look at our selections for the upcoming 7th race. This is a Parker Realty pace. I'm going 4.75. Rocky Skirman 7.45. Post time picks Peter McPhee 7.54 and the classifier's choice at 4.75. Post braid is next.
Pacers for the 7th race are on the track. Les Ombleurs de la 7e sont en piste pour la parade. I1 ATM Treasurer with the driver Austin Soray, owned by Carson Wilkie for Carson Wilkie Stable. 2 Elm Grove Nancy for Ken Murphy, trained by Robert Phillips, owned by Robert Phillips, also the owner. 3 Watch Her Go for Todd Walsh. He's also the trainer and co-owner with Sean Numéro 4, number 4, MD's Girl, propriété de Douglas Lee et David Neal, Keith Ford, Ben Madison, trained by Keith Ford. In the sulky, Miles Heffernan. 5-5, Southern Heart, propriété de Elmer Campbell, Jackie Cooper. In the sulky, Corey McPherson for Ronald Madison, the trainer. 6 is She's Rockin' Fame, propriété de Michael Arnold, Catherine Lackey, David Dowling for Michael Dowling Stable. And the 7 is Stop Hover Trade, Jason Hughes for George Renison, owner Andrea Renison, Corey Pickram. This is your field for the 7th at Charlottetown Driving Park. It's the Gold Cup day. Back to the HPI broadcast desk with Rocky Sherman, and Kurt Hughes, who have the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center.
Thank you, Ghislaine. The race day recap is presented by Metro Home Building Center. And let's take a look at the first 6 races. Race 1. What a great trip this was from the McWicked Colt. One Wicked Man and Arsenault. They got away mid-pack, and then they pulled the trigger going up the backstretch, reeling in Tobin's Barn Party and Hughes, who put up the fractions of 57, 126, and 2. Time of the mile, 156 and 2. It was a new record for One Wicked Man, and the 147 try paid $75.90.
In the second race, it was the Charlie Blaisdell Memorial. Amberjack, nice trip from this 2-year-old colt by Shadow Play. In the far outside here, Mark Webby keeping them together, and he gets the job done in 2 minutes flat. That is a new race win record, his 3rd lifetime start, 2nd win for Amberjack with all better seconds. Shill Hanover 3rd, Triactor 451, $59.60.
And then over in race 3, it was the 3 Rockin' Novel. Grinding it out for Campbell. You're going to see him in the middle of the screen there. Campbell's working on him down the stretch. He's going to take over the lead here over Brookdale Ollie, who put up the fractions of 57 and 3, 127 and 4. 57 and 3 is the mile. Rockin' Novel picks up his first win of the year, and the 367 try paid $173.30.
In the 4th race, the Tom and Margaret Claiborne Memorial Trot. WL Rosie's Rocket coming up on the outside here with Jason Hughes. They're going to battle down the stretch with Mile Hill Aggie and going to get up. WL Rosie's Rocket, 3-year-old by EL Rocket. Jason Hughes in the bike to win here today in 2:03. That is a maiden record. In for second, Mile Hill Aggie. Hal Max Swanky third, Tractor 425, $10.
And then in race 5, we had a Joe O'Brien Memorial 3-year-old colt grassroots division. It was the pocket sitter. Here's to Art getting up in the final strides to get it over the fraction setter Freeman's Legacy, who put up fractions of 58, 127, kicked home in 28 and 4. Here's to Art, kicked home a little better than that as he gets up to crush my super high 5 and win the Joe O'Brien Memorial grassroots division. It was great to see the ownership group get the win there. Here's to Art, Clarkie Smith, Don Smith, and Paul Hogan. They win race 5, and that 4-3-6 try paid $49.10, and that 20-cent super high 5, 4-3-6-1-7 paid $69.97.
In the 6th race, it was the Donnie and Nan Simmons Memorial, and what a mile by this horse. Kraken Sealster goes right down the road, 27-3, the half up in 56-1, 125-4. He's a winner, season's best, 156-1 for Mark McDonnell. In for second, that's Well Said Celeb with stage name Hercules third, 256 Triactor, $99.90. And that's the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. Let's head out to the track for the afternoon 7th race. Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win, Place, and Show. It is the Parker Realty Pace. Kurt, you're landing on the 4 in here. My second choice, that's MD's Girl. 5-year-old mare by Pang Shui for Doug and David Neal and Keith Ford and Ben Matheson. Keith Ford, the trainer. It's Miles Heffernan in the bike.
1 for 39 last year. 0 for 12 this year, playing a hunch here. Heffernan's been getting along really good with her MD's Girl. 5-year-old mare by Peng Shui, coming off back-to-back third place finishes, 58-3, 2 starts back, and then the last time out, 58-1. Had to do it from post 5 2 weeks ago, post 6 last time out. Spotted them 11 lengths at the quarter, ended up third by 8.5. Real good effort. Draws in a soft group today. Mid-pack, I think they're going to probably get away mid-pack and then make a move. MD's Girl, again, racing really good for Heffernan, so I'm betting on her getting her first win of 2024. Currently 2-1.
And in the 50-50. Over $2,000 to the winner right now in the 50-50, presented by the Prince Edward Island Standardbred Horse Owners Association. Get in the 50-50. Here's a look at the 7, Top of Her Trade. 7-year-old bay mare by Bolt the Doer for Andrea Renison of Truro. Talking to her earlier. Corey Pickram of East Mountain, Nova Scotia. George Renison, the trainer. It's Jason Hughes in the bike. Nice trip her last start, Kurt.
Yep, and Hughes and Renison teamed up to get a nice win earlier in the week with Darrell. So they got a real good shot here with Top of Her Trade. This mare loves to get off the gate as well. As you can see right on her lines there, she got crossed over from post 6 in Truro getting to the front. And so from post 7 against this bottom group, I think Hughes is going to drive pretty aggressive, and you could get a call here early in this one. 3-2 currently, Top of Her Trade.
She's my top choice in this one. Top of Her Trade set the world record in a quarter-mile track for a quarter mile at Truro on July the 12th, smashing my father's world record that he set back in 2002 with Bradley Pongine. As the 7th race, countdown clock is in for the Parker Realty Pace. Field of 7, they're moving up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go upstairs for the call with Gisclan Paquette.
Merci, messieurs. Thank you, gentlemen. All behind the gate for the 7, tous derrière la barrière pour la 7e à Charlottetown. ADM Treasurer, Elm Grove Nancy, Watch Her Go. MD's Girl, Southern Hurt. She's Rockin' Fame, a Top of Her Trade for the Parker Reality Pace. The 7th race, c'est la 7e à Charlottetown en cette journée du Gold Cup and Saucer 2024. Let's go! They're off and pacing with Watch Her Go. On the inside, ADM Treasure. On the extreme outside, MD's Girl with She's Rockin' Fame. David Dowling in the center of the track in the first turn. Dowling déjà dans le centre du tracé. Dans le premier tournant. Into the backstretch for the first time. Dans l'autre droit pour la première fois. Saray with the lead with ADM Treasure. À l'extérieur outside, David Dowling. She's Rock and Fame takes over the lead. A pris des devants de l'extérieur. Deuxième, second, ADM Treasure. Troisième, third, Watch Her Go. On franchit le poteau du quart de mille. And it's time for a click, click, pow. 28-1. Opening quarter. On a passé au quart de mille en 28-1. Et She's Rockin' Fame est en tête. Deuxième, second, ADM Treasure. Watch Her Go's racing third. Troisième. Quatrième, fourth, MD's Girl. Move it up on the outside, first over. Il est suivi également à l'extérieur de Southern Hurt, avec à l'intérieur Elm Grove Nancy, and at the back of the pack, derrière le peloton, pouvant tous les voir. En deuxième chemin, c'est Jason Hughes avec Top of Her Trade. L'ennemi a été franchi en 58-1. Her first half mile, 58 seconds flat. Tournant du paddock pour la dernière fois. Paddock turn, second and final time. And down the backside they go. Et c'est le début de l'action. De l'extérieur from the outside. MD's Girl a pris des devants sur She's Rockin' Fame, now second. Troisième, third. À l'extérieur outside, ATM Treasure. Center of the track. Voici en troisième chemin, Southern Heart. Au trois quarts de mille, 29. Three quarters, 1:29 flat. Final turn now, avec en tête MD's Girl. À l'extérieur outside, Saray gaining ground with ADM Treasurer. Down the stretch they come. On vient compléter l'épreuve avec MD's Girl. Good finish here on the inside. On the inside, it's Southern Heart. Southern Heart wins it with Corey McPherson. Southern Heart à $10 au tableau. 1,59 et 4. Southern Heart, 1:59 and 4.
Here's a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the afternoon 7th race. Parker Realty Pace and Southern Heart gets the job done here, Kurt.
Yeah, I don't know if Corey McPherson was a boxer in any part of his earlier life, but he did some bobbing and weaving around that last turn. He was on the outside, and he ducked back into the pass lane here, and that was the winning move. As the 4, my top play, MD's Girl, I thought Heffernan would work out that kind of trip. Mid-pack, come first up. They cleared to the lead. I thought they might get the job done around the last turn, but Southern Heart was looming boldly. McPherson ducks her back to the inside, saving some ground, and that was the winning move, getting up for the win. 159-4 for Southern Heart, and McPherson picking up her second win of the season. That is a tight show photo, but it is the 4 in there for second. MD's Girl. We'll wait to see the results of the show photo, but the 7 did get in there for third, so it is a 5-4-7 in the Parker Realty Pace.
Superbe fin de course à la 7e, se servant du droit élargi dans l'open stretch. Corey McPherson vient coiffer l'opposition avec le 5. With number 5 in the open stretch, Southern Heart. 10 years old mare by Shadow Play. By Abercrombie mare, la Daydreamer. Une jument de 10 ans par Shadow Play. La mère est une Abercrombie, la Daydreamer. Le trainer, l'entraîneur, Ronald Madison. Les propriétaires, the owners, Elmer Campbell, Henry, Alberta, Jackie Cooper, Stratford, Prince Edward Island. Corey McPherson, the driver. Deuxième en 15 cette année, second win this year in 15 start. Time for the mile, 1:59.4, 1:59.4 pour Southern Heart qui remporte le Parker Realty Pace with a color presentation in the winning circle, actually with friends and family. Congratulations to all the team of Southern Heart in the 7th à Charlottetown Driving Park. Salutations à tous les amateurs de course du Québec et des îles de la Madeleine qui nous écoutent présentement. C'est un plaisir de vous parler, Ghislain Paquette de Passion Course. Un gros merci encore une fois à Vance Cameron, à Lee Drake, à toute l'équipe du Charlottetown Driving Park pour ce privilège que j'ai eu encore une fois cette année pour décrire la 7e course. Thanks to all the team of Charlottetown Driving Park, Lee Drake, Vance Cameron, and all the team. Thanks to you. Very appreciated. 5-4-7, unofficial in the 7th. Toujours non officiel 5-4-7 à la 7e. C'est maintenant officiel. It's now official. 10,90 pour le 5 en pari gagnant. 3,20, 3,20. Le 4, 4,10, 2,60. Le 7, 2,20 en pari classé. 10,90, 3,20,
This race replay is brought to you by
for
Symes.
Southern Heart. The 4, MD's Girl. 410 and 260 to 7. Top of her trade. Third for the try. 220. Exacta 5 and 4, 36,90. 36,90 pour le pari exacta. Et voici le replay de la victoire de Southern Heart dans cette 7e course à Charlottetown. Dans un instant, de retour à la voie la plus entertainante du monde des courses attelées en Amérique, j'ai nommé l'unique, le seul et unique, the one and only Vance Cameron behind the mic for you in just a moment. Thanks a lot, Vance. Et voici le résultat officiel, official result for the 7th. ATM Treasurer Fort, 4e. Am Grove Nancy, 5th, 5e. Watch Her Go, 7e, 7th. MD's Girl, 2e, 2nd. Southern Heart, gagnant the winner. She's Rockin' Fame, 6e, 6th. A Top of Her Trade, 3e, 3rd. Top down, 4, 5, 7, 2, 1, 6 and 3. De haut en bas, 4, 5, 7, 2, 1, 6, 3. 7 minutes avant le départ de la 8e course, the 8th race in 7 minutes. Vance Cameron, back to you.
There's a look at that show photo from the afternoon 7th race. Great photo by the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Thank you to McRae's Backhoe and Trucking, title sponsor of the 2024 Atlantic Sire Stakes. Catch all the action of the 2- and 3-year-old colts and fillies across maritime tracks. For race dates, updated point standings, and more, visit AtlanticSireStakes.ca. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 8th race. It is the Joe O'Brien Memorial 3-year-old colts in the grassroots division. Kurt, you're going with a 4.63 in here. I'm going 3.64. Post time picks at 3.61, and the classifier's choice is 6.43 in today's 8th race in 6 minutes.
Eighth race, the division of the O'Brien Howmack Powerball is number 1, owned by JD Racing Incorporated, Atlantic Racing Power Group, and Stuart McDonald. Trained by Nick Oakes, Brett McDonald drives. Starship Destiny, the 2, owned by Philip DeRoche, Vance McMillan, Leanne Moyer, and Avalette. Trained by Kyle DeRoche, Kenny Murphy drives. Wizard is number 3, owned by Alan McDonald of East Biddeford and Kent Williams of LSC. Alan does the training. Gilles Barrio drives. I Did It My Way wears 4, owned by Simon Hughes of Stratford, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. Roll Your Coin, number 5, owned by Tom Hollis and Wayne Burley of Truro, Nova Scotia, trained by Pooker McCollum. Brody McPhee catch drives. Howmack Exclusive is the 6, owned by Jimmy Gorman, Leith and Leslie Waite. Corey McPherson trains and drives. 7 is Woodmere Sinatra, owned by Jeff Skinner, Bob Skinner, and Daniel Hiltz, trained by Danny Romo, Mark Campbell. Down to 3 minutes wagering time in race 8. Rocky and Kurt pick up the top contenders for race 8 next, but first, here's a message from Northumberland Ferries.
Once upon a time, the ferry was the only way to visit Prince Edward Island. Some say it's still is.
Let's scoot out to the track for the afternoon's 8th race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor win place in show wagering. It is the Joe O'Brien Memorial 3-year-old Colts Grassroots for $10,650. Kurt, you're landing on the 4. I Did It My Shui, 3-year-old bay gelding by Peng Shui. For your nephew, Simon Hughes of Stratford, Ashley Gamester is the trainer, and your brother Jason in the bike.
Yeah, and before I get to my pick here, Rocky, we got to give a shout out. I got to give a happy birthday shout out to Dale Boswell. Happy birthday, Dale, from all of us at Red Shores. Rocky, we won't hold this against him, but I'm told he's a die-hard Toronto Maple Leafs fan.
Fit right in with Peter McPhee.
Yes, he would. So on to my pick here. I Did It My Shui, owned by my nephew Simon Hughes. He's the owner, breeder. Ashley Gamester, the trainer. My brother Jason in the seat. Simon and I were talking about the trip last time out. It was a trip to forget. On the outside, a long way, just past the 8th. He was moved to the outside. He still rallied to hold on to 5th place in that event. 57-1 was the mile, so we're hoping for a better trip from I Did It My Shui and Hughes in this one. He had a nice pocket ride, 2 starts back in an overnight event. With Mark Bradley in the seat, getting the job done in 56-3, and that is his record. He's been good lately, and so I'm looking for a big effort from the 4. I Did It My Shui at 5-2.
Maybe Jason thought he was driving a car in that one, that race, Kurt.
Well, I wouldn't go that far now, Rocky. I don't speak negative of my brother's driving. He does a great job each and every time.
Absolutely, he does. There's a look at the 6 Halmac exclusive 3-year-old bay colt by Source of Pride for Jimmy Gorman, Leithwaite, and less weight. Corey McPherson is the trainer and the driver. Big mile in his last one.
Yeah, he's been really good in his last 3 trips in 56. Last one 55-4. Sharp closing quarters, especially that one 2 back where he rode the rail to a 3rd place finish, and he closed it out 28 flat. So trip is key for this one. Halmac exclusive out in post 6. If he gets, the best kind of trip for him, will get the best closing quarter. If you look at his last time out, he made that move at the 3/4 pole and ended up fading in the stretch to 4th, beating 5.5. Only closed it out 29-1. So a covered up trip is a must for this guy, but it was a good effort in the B stake last time out. Little Leroy was just huge on that day, 54-4. So this guy was a good 4th. Halmac exclusive, 5-2.
You got a happy birthday shout out going out to Laurie Hennessy. Her birthday's today. From Tradition and Check Your Source. So happy birthday, Laurie, from all of us here at Red Shores. There's a look at the 3 Wizard. 3-year-old bay gelding by Stonebridge Terror for Alan McDonald of East Biddeford, Kent Williams of Ellerslie, Alan McDonald, the trainer, Gilles Barrio back in the bike. Big effort in his last one.
Yeah, he raced really good for Barrio. 3rd, 56-1. Closing quarter, 28-3. And as we were talking earlier before the races, this one's brother, a real good colt in Whistler, was a winner on this day a couple years ago. He was a winner in the Joe O'Brien Golds. And so this guy comes from a nice family. So we'll put him in for a 3rd on my ticket, Rocky. You like him to get the job done with the Maritime Magic man on board. But you're right. That trip from post 7 in the B stake, that was a really great rally on the end of it, 28-3 for that 56-1 effort. He'll be close again today for sure. Wizard, 6-5. My top pick on the gate right now, the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. That is I Did It My Shui. A field of 7 here for the Joe O'Brien Memorial 3-year-old colt Grassroots. Let's send it upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Almac Powerball, Starship Destiny, Wizard. I Did It My Way, Roll Your Coin. Almac Exclusive, Woodmere Sinatra. Here they come. And there they go. Up and pacing, I Did It My Way. Pointed to the lead. Up the rail, it's Almac Powerball. Second into the turn. Coming third from the outside. Roll Your Coin to get away fourth. That's Wizard. From the outside, fifth is Almac Exclusive. Starship Destiny goes sixth. Then the trailer, Woodmere Sinatra. On the backstretch they go. I Did It My Way. And the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, a quarter pole leading. Second is Almac Powerball. Up the rail in third. That's Roll Your Coin. Racing from fourth is Wizard. They went 28 and 1 to open it up. Backfield in motion. Coming up on the outside to take fifth. That's Woodmere Sinatra now flushing the cover. Wizard moving to the outside to be first over. On the rail in sixth is Almac Exclusive, followed by the trailer, Starship Destiny. They arrive at the opening half mile next. I Did It My Way. Halfway home. First up attack comes from Wizard. Third up the rail, Almac Powerball. Fourth from the outside, Woodmere Sinatra. 57. 3 over to the front half as they arrive at the 5-8. I Did It My Way, the leader. Now second on the outside is Wizard. Third up the rail, Almac Powerball. Fourth on the outside, that is Woodmere Sinatra. Up the rail, Roll Your Coin. Nowhere to go. Fifth. Moving up sixth, Almac Exclusive. Seventh, that is Starship Destiny. They go by 3/4, and they are well placed in here. 3/4 up in a 1. 27 and 1. Just an eighth of a mile out. The leader turning home. I Did It My Way. Almac Powerball is second. Then they're 4 wide. Down the stretch they come. I Did It My Way. Wizard still coming on the end of it as they land on the line. I Did It My Way for the Blue Knight Hughes. They hang on. Look like Wizard with Roll Your Coin closing in late in 1:57. Flat.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the afternoon's 8th race. Joe O'Brien Memorial 3-year-old colts in the grassroots division for $10,650. I Did It My Way all the way.
Yeah, my top play in here, Rocky. I liked him to get the job done. Jason had him fired up early, and he really left out well getting to the front, crossing over before the turn. But he's still a little green. He didn't race last year, and when he's on the front end, he can get a little looking where to go. He doesn't really know what he's doing yet, so he's just learning to go early in his career. He was on the front end for Hughes, putting up fractions 28 and 1, 57 and 3, 127 and 1 to the 3/4. He kind of drifted out a bit at the top of the stretch. Jason had to keep him on his business down the lane. They were getting close to him on both sides, but he does hang on for the victory. I Did It My Way gets it done for Hughes, 157 in a division of the grassroots Joe O'Brien Memorial.
I Did It My Way, arriving at the 8th race winner's circle by pacing gelding 3 by Peng Shui. Off the Estrella stem, Stay Out of My Affair, a homebred of Simon Hughes of Stratford. trained by Ashley Gainsner. And the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, he put him on top at every call, winning in 157 flat. I Did It My Way in the Blue Knight double, the Joe O'Brien Memorial 3-year-old pacing Colts and Geldings grassroots cooler presentation in the winner's circle. Now the official results in the 8th, How My Powerball 4th, Starship Destiny 5th. Wizard was 2nd. I Did It My Way, the race winner. Roll Your Coin 3rd. Hamac Exclusive was 7th. Woodmere Sinatra finished 6th, the fractions of 28 and 1, 57 and 3. 127 and 1, and the mile 157. In review, it's 452 1376. I Did It My Way, paid $7 to win. The exactor was $17.80. Triactor $155.50, and the superfecta $49.16.
Last call 50-50. This is the last call for the 50-50. Over $2,000 to the winner. Last call 50-50.
HPI players from across the country and PEI will earn 5% cash back when you wager $25 or more each day during Old Home Week. You must opt in to be eligible for the promotion. HPIBet.com, at home or at the track, where PEI players now earn rewards. Six minutes away from race 9. There is a look at our selections for the upcoming 9th race, Logan's Montague Funeral Home. I'm on board with the 2 Rock and Roll K's, backing my brother again. I think he can go back to back here with this mare. She's got a lot of talent. She's been making a few breaks so now and then, and she made a break there prior to the start last time out, but recoup off that break. What a rally that was. 4th and 58 and 1, so I like her on top. I like the 3 and 6. Rocky's going with 3-2-6. Post time picks 3-2-4, and the classifier's choice 3-2-6 here the 9th.
Ninth race is the Logan's Montague Funeral Home Pace. They're on parade. It's model time to 1. Is owned and trained by Robert Phillips of Blues Route 204. Kenny Murphy drives. 2 Rock and Roll K's owned by Eric Taylor and Luke Much of Vernon Bridge. Trained by Jennifer Doyle, Jason Hughes. Number 3, Jazzville, owned by Ronnie McLean, Suzanne McKeegan, and Clark Annan. Trained by Blaine McKenna. Mark Campbell will drive. Paul Langell does the post parade. 4 is Pretty Blue Angel, owned by Jay Noy of Clyde River and William Andrew of Calgary, Alberta, trained by Zach Noy. And note the driver change to Austin Sorey. Austin Sorey on 4, Pretty Blue Angel. 5, LaVion Rose, Kyle DeRoss training and driving for owner Leanne Moyer, Summerside. Number 6 is J.J. Kinley, Omadella J of Charlottetown, trained and driven by Von Doyle. Number 8 is Sports Icon. Colin Shepard, Morgan Shepard. Share the ownership. Morgan the trainer, Colin the driver. 6, Lori Merchandise is owned by Dion Gillis of Straththorne. Ambrose Gillis is the trainer driver. 3 minutes wagering time here in race number 9. You're watching Race Day from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Rocky and Kurt have the top selections coming up next, but first a message from the Charlottetown Festival.
Walk like a man. Oh, how you tried to put me down aside, telling dirty lies to my friends. My own father said, give her up, don't bother. The world isn't coming to an end. He said, walk like a man, talk like a man. So walk like a man, my son.
Let's go out to the track for the afternoon's 9th race. Logan's Montague Funeral Home Pace. There is the 2 Rock and Roll K's, 4-year-old bay mare by Tobago K's. For Eric Much, Taylor Stembry Much, Luke Much of Vernon Bridge, Jennifer Doyle trains. Jason Hughes looking for his 3rd win of the afternoon.
Yep, and just a commercial for the Jersey Boys playing at the Confed Center. I was at the show. It was incredible. For anyone who likes that kind of music and musicals, that was a tremendous show. The Jersey Boys still playing till September 21st. If you want to take that in, I highly recommend it. Yeah, I like the 2 in here, Rock and Roll K's. I think Hughes can go back-to-back. That mare made a break last time out. Prior to the start, spotted them 21 lengths at the quarter and still rallied to be 4th, only beaten 3 3/4 lengths. 58-1 was her race time. Not sure why she went so much in that qualifier for Dowling, 56-4, but since then, not really herself. Still looking to find her way. She was an excellent stakes competitor. Made almost $40,000 last year in her sophomore campaign, but she's been struggling so far in her 4-year-old season, and so I think this drop in class here today from this inside draw, I think this is going to really help. And if Hughes can get her off the gate, kind of minding her manners, just get her off the gate and get her situated and then make a move to the front. I think she has the back class and talent to get the job done in here. Rock and Roll K's my top play at 2-1.
And there's a look at the 3, Jazzville. Mark Campbell getting his on the seat there right now. 4-year-old bay mare by Huntsville for Ronnie McLean, Susan McKagan, and Clark Annan. Blaine McKenna trains. And as I mentioned, Mark Campbell will do the driving. She's 3 for 12 this season.
Yeah, raced pretty well since shipping in from Bangor. Reeled off 2 in a row for Campbell. And then a couple seconds for Corey McPherson into the Blaine McKenna stable. Off the Lasix program. Seems to be racing quite well. So 2 wins, 2 seconds here in Prince Edward Island. So Jazzville has a good shot, probably heading back to the front. Loves the front end. It's been there the last 3 tries. And so I think Campbell, he's been aggressive all week, and I think that'll continue in this one. Jazzville, a good option for exactor players. Currently, even money.
There's a look at the 6, Laurie Merchandise. Should mention too, an equipment change removes the Murphy blind and adds blinkers. Ambrose Gillis is the trainer and the driver for Dion Gillis of Strathorn, Nova Scotia. 156-4 outing on August the 12th. Good trip.
Real good trip. His first time over here in Charlottetown. Ambrose Gillis had a top 3 finish with Damn Lucky earlier in the card. Could have another top 3 finish here, and that's the way I see it setting up. Has drawn the outside in his last 3. Has the outside again here today, so he's going to have to do it from off the pace, but he seems to be racing quite well with this one. 3-year-old daughter of sports writer. A win there by a neck, 3 back, rallied to be 3rd, 2 back, and then last time out finishing 6 and 56-4 at the 951 level. So 701's here today. I think they can, if he puts her in play a little earlier, I think she can hit the ticket. I'm going 2-3-6. She's 5-1. Race 9 starters lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It is the Logan's Montague Funeral Home Pace. They'll be trackside with the winner. So let's send it up for the call to, I think, Ken Workington doing this call.
It's model time, rock and roll K's. Jazzville, Pretty Blue Angel, LeBeon Rose, Lori Merchandise, J.J. Kinley and Sports Icon. Here they come. Ralph and pacing. Jazzville is leaving out. Rock and roll K's gonna go right with her, and up the rail 3rd. It's model time. 4th to their outside. That's Pretty Blue Angel. To get away 5th is LeBeon Rose. From the outside 6th, Lori Merchandise. A 7th is Sports Icon. Then the trailer, J.J. Kinley. And they race the backstretch. Led to the opening quarter by Rock and Roll K's and the Blue Knight U's. From 2nd is Jazzville. 3rd up the rail, it's model time, and she's at long, and I mean long odds 3rd. Racing from 4th, that's Pretty Blue Angel. On the turn 5th, LeBeon Rose. There goes movement from 6th. Lori Merchandise underway. 27 and 3 opened it up. I did not see that one coming. Rock and Roll K's fired up front. Racing 2nd from the outside, and first over goes Pretty Blue Angel. Jazzville in the pocket 3rd. On the outside and 2nd over 4th is Lori Merchandise. 57 and 1. They tripped the opening half mile. Coming up on the outside, racing now towards the rail in 5th, it's model time. From the outside 6th, that is Sports Icon. LeBeon Rose 7th, the gap down trailer. That's J.J. Kinley. Rock and roll, Case. Wow, she's getting away on them now. By 5 open at 3/4. Jazzville is 2nd, 3rd up the rail. It's model time. 4th on the outside is Pretty Blue Angel. The 3/4 went 1:26 flat. She's more than an 1/8 of a mile out, and it's all Rock and Roll K's here. Jazzville is 2nd. It's model time. Coming to the outside 3rd. Oh, but the Blue Knight came to play with Rock and Roll K's, and it's the Blue Knight triple. Rock and Roll K's jogs in here. It's model time has rallied up 2nd. Jazzville held 3rd in 1:55.2.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the afternoon's 9th race. Logan's Montague Funeral Home Pace, Rock and Roll K's. I knew she had the ability to do this, just didn't like her last few lines. Goes right to her record.
Yeah, the class relief helped, though, Rocky, in moving inside here to post 2. I thought she'd get the job done. She's the class of the field. Like I mentioned, she had such a great sophomore campaign. I knew it was only a matter of time before she turned things around, and the class relief seemed to be the answer for her as she gets to the front here. 27 and 3, half 57 and 1, and then Hughes lets it out a notch up the backstretch. 126, keeps on rocking and rolling as she runs off the screen and gets the job done easily here. 155 and 2 for Rock and Roll K's here in race 9. It was the Logan's Montague Funeral Home Pace, and they'll be trackside with the Blue Knight and Rock and Roll K's.
Rock and Roll K's arriving at the 9th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Mare 4 by Tobago K's off the Cameluck Dam. Timel Extra, owned by Eric Taylor and Luke Munch of Vernon Bridge. Blaine Tebow of Kensington, the breeder. Jennifer Doyle, the trainer, and the Blue Knight Jason Hughes picks up his 3rd win for the triple. And the mare going right to her record today, 155-2. Rock and Roll K's in the 9th. Logan's Montague Funeral Home joining us with the winner's circle presentation. Now the official results in the 9th is Model Time was 2nd. Rock and Roll K's the race winner. Jazzville 3rd. Pretty Blue Angel 6th. LaVion Rose 4th. Lori Merchandise was 7th. J.J. Kinley finished 8th. Sports Icon 5th. 27-3. 57-1. 126. And the mile in 155-2. From the top it's 213, 647, 85. Rock and Roll K's 450 to win. The exactor was 83.20. The triactor 145.30. Superfecta at 447.55. Race number 10 comes next, and to close out the afternoon, it's Hall of Famer and the voice of the Meadowlands, Ken Workington, set to close out the front half of the doubleheader of Gold Cup and Saucer Day here in Charlottetown.
The 2024 Atlanta Classic slate is set for Friday, October the 11th. The sale is set for Friday, October the 11th at the Crapo Exhibition Grounds starting at 11:30. Join us on October the 10th from 3 till 7 at the Exhibition Grounds for a yearling preview. Visit Atlantic-Classic.com for sale preview, online sale catalog, and pedigree links and sale results. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 10th race. It is the Guy Cadet Memorial. Kurt's going 162. I'm going 315. Post time picks 341. And the classifier's choice is 627 in today's 10th race in 6 minutes.
Fillies and Mares on track, race 10. Number 1 is Dolly Sky, owned by Vance McMillan, Kyle DeRoche. Trains and drive. The 2 is Elm Grove Misty with Dave Kelly driving. He's also the trainer for Charlene Seifer. 3 is Elm Grove Penny, owned by Luke Burke. Luke Burke is the trainer with Mark Campbell. 4 is Lorne Valley Barb, owned by Barry Peter McLeod. Miles Heffernan trains and drives. The 5, Havarti. Chantel Angel is the owner. Paul Angel trains and drives. 6, Stone Beach Lily is owned by Colin Shepard and Morgan Shepard. Morgan Shepard trains, Colin Shepard drives. And Dollywood, number 7. Paul Doyle is the owner and trainer and driven by Paul McKenzie. It's the Guy Gaudet Memorial Presentation, race 10, Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, and Triactor on race 10. Rocky and Kurt return with the Gold Cup and Saucer ambassadors. And the horses they'll represent tonight in the Gold Cup and Saucer 65.
Here's a look at the entries for the Gold Cup and Saucer 65, presented by Atlantic Lottery. Larry Carr on the rail, represented by Sam McLeod, Heaven on a High, from post 2 with Ella Hennessy. 4 to 5 will leave from post 3 tonight, represented by Tate McDonald and Cover Bridge. My top pick, Delaney Dunn, will be representing Cover Bridge from post 4.
Binge on Yankee, post 5 with Audrey McPhee. Twin B Tough Enough leaving 6 with Jamie Ward. Rocks Shining Star from post 7, represented by Laurel Drake. Save America leaves 8 with Chelsea Aflac as the Gold Cup ambassador. And American History from post 9, represented by Miranda Lidstone. That's the field and their ambassadors for the 65th running of the Gold Cup and Saucer. It's tonight, right here at Red Shores. Let's go out to the track for this afternoon's 10th race, the Guy Gaudet Memorial. There is Kurt's top pick, Dolly Sky, an 8-year-old bay mare by Dolly. For Vance McMillan of West Cape, Kyle DeRoche is the trainer and the driver. Nice win here on August the 14th. Had post 5, was a winner by 2.5 in 156-1, right to her record on that night. 28-3 on the end of it. I was up and down the page on this one. I was going to pick her to win, but I leaned on the 3 in here, Elm Grove Penny with Mark Campbell aboard. But that's Kurt's top pick, Dolly Sky on the rail with Kyle DeRoche, 7-2. And there is the 6, Stone Beach Lily, 5-year-old bay mare by Stonebridge Terror for Colin Shepard of Brackley Beach and Morgan Shepard of Brackley. Morgan trains. Colin Shepard will do the driving. Nice start here on August the 13th from post 5. Finished second, 156-2. Closed it out in 30-1. Has a win this season. 2 minutes flat right here at Charlottetown. Post 6 for Stone Beach Lily. Colin Shepard is aboard. Going to come from off the pace, I think, to get a part of this one. And right now, 4-1. And there's the free-legged mare, the 2, Elm Grove Misty, 9-year-old bay mare by Stonebridge Terror for Charlene Seifer of Springvale. Dave Kelly is the trainer and the driver. Nice mile in her latest, right here on August the 13th. Post 3, finishing 5, 156-3, 30 seconds flat on the end of it. Start before that was here August the 8th, post 2, finished 2, just beat by a length. 157-3, 29-3 on the end of it. Dave Kelly in the bike for both of those. She's a good-looking mare here. Free-legged Elm Grove Misty, 4-1. Countdown clock is in for the afternoon's 10th race. We're going to remember a great driver from Moncton, New Brunswick, Guy Gaudette, in the Guy Gaudette Memorial in the afternoon's 10th. They're going in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate, back upstairs to Ken Morganton.
Thanks a lot, Rocky. And right now, a pair of vying for favoritism. The one, Dolly Sky, looking to win again. Now the favorite at 490 at 723, Elm Grove Penny, second choice. Fillies and mares for race 10, Guy Gaudette Memorial. Swing off the turn into the stretch, ready for a start. Here they come. And they're off. Lorne Valley Barb shoots out. So does Dolly Sky from the rail. And Elm Grove Penny is right there in between horses third as they swing around the first turn. Elm Grove Misty settles in the fourth position, followed by Havarti. And then comes Dollywood second to last. The early trailer is Stone Beach Lily. They settle in across the backstretch. Striding clear, Lorne Valley Barb and Miles Heffernan. Lorne Valley Barb at the opening quarter. Dolly Sky in the second spot by 2.5. Elm Grove Penny gaps in third, gap at 3 to Elm Grove Misty in fourth, followed by Havarti on the inside. Then 3.5, 4 more to Dollywood and the trailer Stone Beach. Lily is a long way from the leader. Snappy opening fraction here, 27 2/5 for Lorne Valley Barb on the engine here, looking for a second quarter breather and tapping the brakes. Lorne Valley Barb controls it now. Dolly Sky in for that two-hole ride. Elm Grove Penny on the inside third. Havarti starts up uncovered. Staying in was Elm Grove Misty on the inside fifth, and Dollywood now stays in, and to the outside goes Stone Beach Lily from the back of the pack. So Dollywood gets underway. That half was a solid 56-4. Backfield in motion. Here comes Havarti and Paul Angel. Havarti engaging Lorne Valley Barb across the backstretch. That is a Stone Beach Lily on the outside, threatening in third, but all out now. Dolly Sky is pinned in right now with pace. To the outside, Dollywood, stride for stride with Elm Grove Penny on the rail. Elm Grove Misty is the trailer, still battling past three quarters. Havarti on the outside, trying to see it through, and does power past Lorne Valley Barb. And Dolly Sky shaking loose late. It may be too late. 1:27-1. They're into the stretch drive. Havarti game first over, in front by 2.5 lengths. Lorne Valley Barb trying to hang in there. Elm Grove Penny up the rail. Havarti with a powerhouse performance here over Elm Grove Penny, then Lorne Valley Barb and Dolly Sky. Havarti in 1:57.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the afternoon's 10th race, the Guy Gaudette Memorial. Havarti, nice win for her, gets her first of the season.
Yeah, Havarti raced good here. I thought she had a real good shot last time out and ended up fourth. Kind of a flat mile there, fourth and 59. But today, brush and crush for Havarti and Langella as they're going to come on the outside up the back stretch. Lorne Valley Barb cutting it out 56-4. Down in three quarters, 1:27-1. Havarti's going to touch down to the lead around the last turn and going to draw off to win by 3 or 4 lengths here. 1:57 flat for Havarti and Langell. Elm Grove Penny raced good here up the inside for Campbell to get the place spot. And Lorne Valley Barb, who did all the work on the front end for Heffernan, they're going to have to settle for the show dough. Havarti gets it done in the 10th. It was the Guy Gaudette Memorial. Family and friends will be trackside with the winner.
Judges have posted the 5, Havarti, the 3, Elm Grove Penny second, 4, Lorne Valley Barb third, and the 1, Dolly Sky fourth. 5-3, 4-1 in 1:57.
Should be.
It's official. Number 6, Have Hearty. 6-year-old bay mare by Better Than Cheddar. Out of Maiden Heaven by Yankee Cam. Bred by Chantel Gillis, owned by Chantel Langell. Paul Langell, the trainer and driver. First win of 2024, career victory number 12. 157 for Havarti. Cooler presentation honoring the memory of Guy Gaudet. It's the Guy Gaudet Memorial. Going to Havarti, the official winner, paying $10.70, $8.40, and $7.30. 3 Elm Grove Penny, $5.20 and $7, and the 4 Lorne Valley Barb, $5.20. The Exactor paid $119.30, $5.3. $2 Triactor, $5.34, $270. The 20-cent Superfecta, $5.341, $111.75. Dolly Sky 4th, Elm Grove Misty 5th, Elm Grove Penny 2nd, Lorne Valley Barb 3rd, Havarti the race winner. Stone Beach Lily was 7th, Dollywood 6th. Rechecking, it's 4-5-2, 3-1-7-6. It was 27-2, 56-4, 127-1, and 157 for the winner, Havarti. No changes. Upcoming 11th race at 3:01. Approximately 8 minutes away. Daily Double, Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, and Triactor. The Joe O'Brien Memorial, 3-year-old colts on the pace grassroots division.
Time to check your 50-50 tickets. Here is the winning number for $2,790. It is L1308349. For $2,790, the winning number in the 50-50 today is L1308349. Good luck. You can tag your ticket with the Wild Horses, an exclusive play for on-track customers. You can tag your ticket for a chance to win a jackpot of $65 in honor of the 65th running of the Gold Cup and Saucer. It's offered on every race. The Wild Horses tag is an instant pick ticket for on-track customers only. Ask your seller to tag your ticket with the Wild Horses. And we got the selections on the screen for the upcoming 11th, Kurt.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the 3. We all like the 3-8 in here. Dusty Lane Zorro coming off that big win in a B stake from 55-4 for trainer Ron Gass. And Brett McDonald gets the call. Brody McPhee has been doing the driving. And so this one's been really good over the last 6 starts. And so Dusty Lane Zorro we like. We like All About the Cash on the outside for Barrio. And I'm going to throw in the one Daryl off those 2 wins. I think he's trending in the right direction. I think Hughes can put him in play in here and land on the ticket. Rocky and post-time picks with Peter McPhee. They're at 384. Classifier's choice 387. Horses are making their way out onto the track. Post parade next.
3-year-old pacers on track for race 11. One is Daryl. Jason Hughes drives for George Renison, owned by Renison Racing Incorporated, Aidan Farish and Corey Pickram. The 2 is Shane's Dream, owned by Blair and Carl Hansen, Isaac Skirman and Shane Essen, trained by Tom Weatherby with Brody McPhee. 3 is Dusty Lane Zorro, owned by Alexis Gass, trained by Ronnie Gass with Brett McDonald. The 4, Woodmere Armor, owned by Reg McPherson. Kevin McLean trains Mark Campbell. Elm Grove Sailor, number 5, owned by Peter Smith and Gerald Morrissey. Kenny Arsenal trains and drives. Dunson George is the 6th. JD Racing Incorporated, Atlantic Racing George Group. Nick Oakes, the trainer, and Miles Heffernan drives. The 7, My Pet Monster, owned by Jeffrey Campbell, trained by Melissa Rennie with Adam Murner. And All About the Cash, number 8, owned by Jeff Holmes, Trevor and David McDonald, and Leonard Doyle. Jeff Holmes, the trainer, with Gilles Barrio. Field of 8, Joe O'Brien Memorial 3-year-old Colts, Grassroots Division, for over $10,000. A late daily double, Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, and Triactor. Rocky and Kurt with their top selections here in race 11 coming up.
Let's head out to the track for the afternoon's 11th race. It's the start of the late daily double, Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win Place and Show. There is a look at our top selection here. Dusty Lane Zorro, 3-year-old Bay Gelding by Peng Shui for Alexis Gass of Cornwall. Ronnie Gass, the trainer. Brett McDonald is in the bike. Nice win in his latest, Kurt.
Yeah, he wired the field last time out, 55-4. First time we saw that kind of early speed from him as he guarded the rail, getting up there in 28-3, and he kept on rocking and rolling to a 2 1/4 length victory. 55-4, 29-3. He's usually coming from the back end of it. If you look down at those 2 wins he reeled off in overnight races, he had outside posts, got away 6 in both events, and rallied to get the job done. And so I think that gave him a little confidence, and he's been getting better and better each week. He had the rail in 2 of his last 3, and he was forwardly placed in both, and both trips were really nice efforts. I do like the 1-2 back where he had post 4 and came from off the pace to just get nailed there by a half a length at the wire, 58-1. Still closed out 28-4. So his confidence is at an all-time high, and so I'm putting him on top. Dusty Lane Zorro, 2-1.
There's the 8, All About the Cash, 3-year-old Bay Gelding by All Bets Off for Jeff Holmes, Trevor and David McDonald, and Leonard Doyle. Jeff Holmes trains. Gilles Barrio in the bike. Nice win in his last one.
Yeah, and if he drew inside, I'd probably put him on top because he's been really good. He's got 3 wins from 11 starts. You can see the 3 wins right on his card over his last 6 starts. That last one on the front end was a real good effort for Campbell in an overnight event. That's a tough class. That winner's a 4. Not more than 6 races life, and he got it done easily by 2.5. Closed it out 28-3. Picks up the Maritime Magic Man Barrio. He's going to have to work some magic here to overcome post 8 to get it done, but the way he's been racing in his last 6, he's definitely worth a look for your top 3 play in here. 5-2.
And there is a look at the rail sitter, Daryl. 3-year-old Bay Gelding by Peng Shui for Renison Racing Incorporated of Nova Scotia. Aidan Farish of Summerside and Corey Pickram of Nova Scotia. George Renison trains. Jason Hughes looking for win 4 today.
Yeah, they got this 3-year-old son of Peng Shui moving in the right direction. Hughes had a big win with him from off the pace at pretty nice odds, almost 7-1 on the board that night, getting it done. Closing it out 28-3. It was an easy victory. And then last time out, he had post 3, put right on the front end by Spinner Spence, and they made no mistakes getting it done easily in 2 minutes off pretty soft fractions, closing it out 28-1. He's going to have to find another gear to go with the 3 and 8 in here because they can go in the 55 to 56 range, and he has not shown that yet. But those last 2 wins, he even had that win 3 back and was placed because of making a break, DQ'd to 6. So he's been moving in the right direction, but he's going to have to find another gear here to go with these colts in this one. But Daryl, I do like him with the Blue Knight on board from post number 1. He's worth a shot for exactor and triactor players at 7-2.
Slight delay here. We're equipment on the 5 Elm Grove Sailor. Just fixing the number on the 5 Elm Grove Sailor. Still time to wager here in race 11. Still making that adjustment on the 5 Elm Grove Sailor. And now we're all set.
Metro Home Building Center starting gate is in motion for race 11. Is our final division of the Joe O'Brien Memorial 3-year-old Colts Grassroots. Now let's send it back upstairs to the voice of the Meadowlands, Hall of Famer Ken Workington. Take it away.
All right, Kurt Hughes, even money here on 3 Dusty Lane Zorro, looking to hit the mark again. At 810, the 4 Woodmere Armor taking action along with the 8 All About the Cash, 850. On gate, race 11, Joe O'Brien Memorial Grassroots 3-year-olds. Here they come. And they're off. Darrell's out fast. Dusty Lane, Zorro, those two, and All About the Cash in blast-off mode on the far outside, who swoops down for Jill's Barrio. And on the move up is My Pet Monster, now third on the outside. So Darrell backed away in 4th position. Woodmere Armor is 5th and parked out. Elm Grove Sailor on the outside, 6th, followed by Shane's Dream on the rail. And on a break at the back, Dunson George broke on his own, exchanging leads at the quarter. It's Dusty Lanes Earl and Brett McDonald, the best there. Clears the lead by a length and a quarter on All About the Cash. 28 opens it up here. So it's My Pet Monster on the inside 3rd. And Darrell is edging to the outside and gets underway for the Blue Knight. Jason Hughes now 4th off the turn. Woodmere Armor 5th on the inside and saving ground. And then comes Elm Grove Sailor, who swings to the outside. He'll be tracked by Shane's Dream, the distant trailer after the break. Dunson George. Darrell trying to power past Dusty Lane Zorro. There's All About the Cash in third. Those three together. A gap of 4 lengths back to My Pet Monster in fourth. And then comes Elm Grove Sailor fifth. 3 wide around him, Shane's Dream. And then Woodmere Armor on the rail. And Dunson George way back. 3/4, 126 and 2. Dusty Lane Zorro looking to win again, but stalked all the way by All About the Cash. All About the Cash to the outside, and they turn home with Darrell third into the stretch drive. Dusty Lane Zorro. All About the Cash after a perfect trip looking to pay off here at 860 on the board. All About the Cash does it for Jules Berrio. Then Dusty Lane Zorro, followed by Darrell and Shane's Dream in 155 and 1.
Here comes the slow-mo replay for the afternoon's 11th race. Joe O'Brien Memorial Grassroots, 3-year-old colts, $10,650. Kurt, you talked about this horse in the pre-race, and did he ever blast off the wings? And he got the trip of his life today.
Yeah, he did. I thought Berrio would have to work some magic, and he did. The Maritime Magic Man put this guy in play early, a little give and go with the 3. Dusty Lane Zorro, and got a perfect pocket trip. These two colts raced super here this afternoon. And the fractions were 28, half 57 to 3, 126 and 2. I did like Darrell for third in here, and he raced great for Hughes coming first up as he battled and just faded a little in the stretch, but no shame in getting the show dough in behind these two top colts as Dusty Lane Zorro gives it up in the stretch, driven by Brett McDonald this afternoon to the Maritime Magic Man and All About the Cash. Jeff Holmes having a real good season, batting .495, and he sends out a winner here in the Joe O'Brien Memorial 3-year-old colts Grassroots. All About the Cash and Berrio. They get it done in the 11th.
Judges posting 8, All About the Cash, 3, Dusty Lane Zorro second, 1, Darrell third, and the 2 Shane's Dream fourth. 8-3, 1-2, 155 and 1. Number 8, All About the Cash, a 3-year-old bay gelded son of All Bets Off, out of its All About the Bass, or Base, by Yankee Cruiser, trained by Jeff Holmes and owned by Jeff Holmes, and Trevor and David McDonald and Leonard Doyle. Winning driver Jules Berrio. The perfect trip pays off here as he wins his second straight race, 2 in a row, his 4th win on the season, career victory number 7. And he's never been better. It's a new lifetime mark of 155 and 1, winning a division of the Joe O'Brien Memorial 3-year-old colts Grassroots division. Cooler presentation here. All About the Cash. Jules Berrio, Jeff Holmes. And a shout out to my buddy John Holmes, the Hitman. Race 11 official, 8 All About the Cash, 860, 280 and 250. 3 Dusty Lane Zorro, 210 and 210. And the 1 Darrell third, 360. The Exactor, 1430, 83. Triactor, 83, 1250, 140. The 20-cent Superfecta paid 2370, 8312. Darrell was third, Shane's Dream fourth, Dusty Lane Zorro second, Woodmere Armor seventh, Elm Grove Sailor fifth, Dunson George was eighth, My Pet Monster sixth. All About the Cash, the race winner. 342 758 61. It was 28 57 and 3, 126 and 3, 155 and 1. A new mark for the winner. All about the cash. No changes. Race 12. The Prince Edward Island Harness Racing Industry Association Invitational, offering exacta 20-cent super, super high five, and a triactor offered on race 12. Post time in 7 minutes at 3:19.
The drive to 65 is underway as we count down to the 65th edition of the Gold Cup and Saucer. That is tonight, presented by Atlantic Lottery. Don't miss the horses, the ambassadors, and the race day broadcast right here at Redshores.ca. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the afternoon's finale. It is the Prince Edward Island Harness Racing Industry Association Invitational. $15,000 on the line. Kurt, you're going with a 4-1-3 in here. I'm going 165. Post time picks 517. Classifiers choices 751. So we're all over the place here.
Yeah, I'm just going to play a hunch here. Bayfield Beach. He was good last time he was home here on Prince Edward Island. And so I'm going to throw out that last line. He had post 7, got away 8 by 11. It was a pretty soft half for a Gold Cup and Saucer trial of 56 and 4 to the half. And they closed it out real strong in that one, and so he couldn't make up any ground. So I think he's going to bounce back with a big effort here from post 4. So I'm putting him on top. And yeah, I do like the 1 and 3 in behind as well.
Pacers on track for race 12. Number 1 is Fernhill General, owned by Peter Smith and Gerald Morrissey, trained by Tom Weatherby with Brody McPhee. He's Sure Good. Number 2 is owned by Wayne Eric Webby. Noah Webby trains, Mark Webby drives. 3, I Like Me Better, is owned by Tim Dickinson and trained and driven by Michael McGuigan. 4 is Bayfield Beach, owned by Gordon McDonald, Christopher Boland, Howmack Farms Limited, and Limco Incorporated, trained by Victor Putty with Jason Hughes. Number 5, Roll'em, owned by Brady Doyle, Brent Campbell, Ryan McLeod, Savage Stable. Brent Campbell trains with Mark Campbell. The 6, Island Beach Boy, is owned by Ian Smith and Arnold Hagen, trained by Tom Weatherby with Adam Murner. And the 7, Southwind Sambuca, is owned by Gordon McLeod and Christopher Boland, trained by Vic Putty with David Dowling. The Prince Edward Island Harness Racing Industry Association Invitational, Exactor, Super High Five, and Triactor were back tonight with live racing featuring the $100,000 Gold Cup and Saucer, presented by Atlantic Lottery. Our first race post time tonight, 6 p.m. Let's return to Rocky and Kurt now with a look at the top contenders and their Super High Fives.
Well, there's a look at our Super High 5 tickets. I'll go first, Kurt. I'm going with the rail sitter in here, Fernhill General. He likes to leave, and he shows that 152 and 4 mile on his card, 2 starts down. A winner in 153 and 3 this year already in the bottom of his lines there. For second, the 6, Island Beach Boy. Don't know what happened to him his last start. He made a break. We'll just chuck that one out. He shows that nice mile of 152 and 4. Closed it out 28 and 4, and that start right here on July 27th. For third, Rollum 5. He's got to bounce back here some night. I think it could be today. For fourth, the 4, Bayfield Beach. That's your top choice. And to round out my Super High 5, I'll go with the 7, Southwind Sambuca. Kurt?
Yeah, my choices are 4, 1, 3, and the 1 and 4th should be the 5. 4, 1, 3, 5, 7. I'm on board Bayfield Beach out of the Vic Putty stable. Vic Putty sends out 2. I remember when Vic Putty came back in 98. He had Canico Dynamo in the final. Native Born ended up breaking the track record in the win. Bill Robinson sent down 2 real dandies in that race that year, Stout and Native Born getting it done for Brett Robinson. And in the consolation, Vic Putty got the job done. Daryl Colville came down to drive, and he got it done in the consolation with 2-step bogey. And so I remember those 2 horses coming down. Vic likes to get down for Old Home Week. He loves it here on the island. And he's got a great opportunity to get the job done here in this PEI, Harness Racing Industry Association Invitational. I'm going to throw out that line. He just never got into the mile in that trial. It was a sloppy track. He had post 7, got away 8 by 11. And again, the half was, I thought, quite soft for that group, 56 and 4. And so he couldn't make up any ground. Paced his mile in 54 and 3, 28 flat. He had a win on the front end. Got away 4th early in that one. Got to the front at Woodbine Mohawk Park and was a winner in 50 and 4 for Louis Watt, 2 starts back. So he's been good prior to coming here. I think he bounces back on a beautiful day here on Prince Edward Island. Bayfield Beach picks up the Blue Knight. I'm putting him on top, and I like the 1-3-5-7 in behind.
50 hasn't been claimed yet. The winning number once again, L1308349 for $2,790. 50-50 winning number L1308349. Good luck. Countdown clock is in for the afternoon's 12th race. It is the Prince Edward Island Harness Racing Industry Association Invitational for $15,000. Field of 7 moving up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Kurt, great working with you, and great working with you, Ken. Up to you for the call.
All right, Rocky, you were hot the other night. Boy, you are sizzling with the picks. Even money right now, 7-5 on the 5. Roll 'em, big favorite here with Mark Campbell. Roll 'em, second choice 4, Bayfield Beach, as the Blue Knight looks for the Grand Slam. They swing off the turn for race 12, our finale this afternoon. Here they come. They're off. Fernhill General first to show on the rail. That's I Like Me Better on the outside with an early bid. Bayfield Beach to the outside. To his inside, cutting the corner. He Sure Good is third. He Sure Good, followed by Bayfield Beach, who backed away. And then comes Rollum, who's in 5th position early, followed by Island Beach Boy. Southwind Sambuca, the trailer of Fernhill General, marching up front here with Brody McPhee with a purpose. I Like Me Better in the pocket spot, and it's hot. He Sure Good is third by 2. Bayfield Beach is fourth. 27 flat opens it up here. A big statement here from Fernhill General. I Like Me Better right there second with He Sure Good edging to the outside. Bayfield Beach will follow him second over. And Rollum looks to get underway from the back of the pack, and saving ground is Island Beach Boy. The early trailer is Southwind Sambuca. They have paired up here at the half on Fern Hill General. 11:50 on the board. Fernhill General carves out the half in a stern 55 3/5. And now going after him is He Sure Good. He Sure Good inches up a closer second and applies some intense pressure. So I Like Me Better locked in the pocket spot. There goes Rollum, 3 deep and driving, 5th, 4th, now 3rd with a backstretch power sweep. Bayfield Beach 5th on the outside. He's 3 wide. And Southwind Sambuca circling up on the back of the pack. Then it's Island Beach Boy. And just like that, Rollum circled them like they were standing still in 1:24 2. And it's Rollum who's rocking and rolling now for Mark Campbell by 2 lengths. Fernhill General bewildered in second. I Like Me Better is third into the stretch drive. And it's Rollum in a dominant performance here. Rollum and Mark Campbell doubles up. Rollum crushes them over Fernhill General. I Like Me Better. And fourth was Island Beach Boy. Rollum, how about that? 1:51.4. That gets a wow.
Here comes a slow-mo replay for the afternoon's finale. Prince Edward Island Harness Racing Industry Association Invitational for $15,000. Kurt Rollum is back.
Yeah, he is back. After 3 subpar performances, this guy put in a heck of a trip here this afternoon. He was 3rd over. I didn't like his chances coming to the half there with a lot of traffic in front of him, but Campbell flipped the switch there up the backstretch, and he made quick work of that traffic as he circled the entire field. What a breathtaking brush up the backstretch as he cleared to the lead around the last turn, and then he runs off the screen easily. How about the trip? 1:51.4 for Rollum as he gets it done in the PEI Harness Racing Industry Association Invitational. Campbell and Rollum roll in the 12th.
And Kurt and Rocky were awake now. The 5 Rollum posted first here by the judges. 1 Fernhill General second. 3 I Like Me Better third. 6 Island Beach Boy fourth. Unofficial right now. 5-1-3-6. 1:51.4. Number 5, Roll'em, is a 6-year-old bay gelded son of Time to Roll, out of Feet on the Dashboard by Pan Pacific Flight. Bred by David and Karen Ehrenholtz in Indiana. Owned by Brady Doyle, Brent Campbell, Ryan McLeod, the Savage Stable. Trainer Brent Campbell, a double for Mark Campbell. What an old home week for Mark Campbell. We've lost count. I think it's like 25 or more wins old home week. Someone's keeping track anyway. And Roll'em wins the Prince Edward Island Harness Racing Industry Association Invitational Cooler Presentation. And a great-looking group there in the winner's circle with Roll'em, his 6th win on the season, 34th career victory. 151-4, final quarter, 27 2/5 in a powerhouse performance. Race 12 official 5 Roll'em. Pace 360, 290 and 210. The 1 Fernhill General 310 and 260, and 3 I Like Me Better 330. The Exactor 5-1 1330. Triactor was 5-1 337.60. The late daily double was 8 and 5, paying $29. The pick 4 out of 4 37.10. And the Super High 5, 127.89. Fernhill General 2nd. He's Sure Good 7th. I Like Me Better 3rd. Bayfield Beach 6th. Roll'em was the winner. Island Beach Boy 4th. Southwind Sambuca 5th. Rechecking 2, 7, 3, 6, 1, 4, 5. It was 27, 55 and 3. 124 and 2. 151 and 4/5 for Roll'em in race 12. And with the completion of race 12, that will wrap up our afternoon program at Red Shores Racetrack and Casino. Today's handle was $141,466. We thank you. And tonight we cap off Old Home Week action with a 65th running of the Gold Cup and Saucer. Post time for tonight's 14 race presentation, 6 p.m. On behalf of all of us at the Historic Driving Park, this is Ken Workington for track announcer Vance Cameron, thanking you for joining us, wishing you a safe journey home, and we will talk to you tonight. Please join us for the Gold Cup and Saucer.